All right, we are live. Vinny will be here in just a minute. I think everything should be working. Um, we're out there a couple times, but for those who want to post questions, if you go to the SQLology Facebook page, there is a link. There should be second post down below this live feed um, for a link to an app that you can open up to ask any questions you want to there with your name or not. That's probably going to be one of the easier places to do it, as we don't necessarily see everything all at once coming through, since we're posting to YouTube and Facebook and everything all at once. But we are starting to see your comments here now. So I'm going to go ahead and bring Vinny on. Again, we'll just kind of do an introduction for those who don't know much about Vinny's history or anything, and kind of where he came from and how he got here and all those kinds of things, and then kind of go into plans with current plans in the near future with MECA, and then go into some Q&A with you guys. There's actually, again, if you go to that link, there's actually, you can see a lot of the questions there, and we'll hit stuff kind of as much as possible and what makes sense in the time that we have, without being here all night. But okay, so I'm going to go ahead and bring Vinny on. Hey, Vinny, good evening.
Hello. Hi.
So we have Vinny here from you're from south of Nashville, right?
Yes, sir. Franklin, Tennessee.
Yeah. There you go. So I'm not going to go through my history with MECA as much here, obviously, because I already did that. I already did that with the podcast with Steve Stern. If you want to go listen to that, you can. Not much has changed from that interview. We kind of went through Steve's history, why he started MECA, when, how I got involved, and how that all intertwined and everything else. So needless to say, my history with MECA is deep and intertwined there. But I'm not going to recap on that. But I have known Vinny since I think we first met when I was around 20 years old. It was probably around 2000 at some of the shows in Nashville when he was judging there with MECA. MECA started around 98. I started with MECA around 99. And Vinny's pretty much been there the whole time. But Vinny, how'd you, to go, I guess, way back, how'd you first get involved in car audio in the first place?
Yeah, well, I grew up in Orlando, Florida. And anyway, a good friend of mine, when growing up, had moved away when we first went into middle school or junior high. And he used to come back each summer and visit with me or whatever. And he came back one year in his car and had a couple subwoofers in it and a little bit of amplification. And right away, I was just, fell in love and got real excited about what that was doing, especially the bass at the time. And we started kind of some friends of mine and whatever. Later on, when we started driving ourselves, we started playing with stereos in our own cars, and later on moved up to Clarksville, Tennessee, and got hired on at a shop up there. That was actually in I think late '89, right at 1990, and worked there for a few years, and worked, I guess, probably about let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 shops there in a span of from 1990 to 1994. And anyway, and started competing, I guess, in 91, 92, and right in there, and kind of just doing little local shows and everything. And in 1996, I got out of the mobile electronics industry for a profession and went into started working in homes. And
Okay.
right around that time, we had our daughter in '98, and so I completely was without funds to do it at that point, as far as building car stereo competition
Right.
cars or doing anything like that. And at that point in time, Steve was running, I think, USAC in the area, and then maybe right into going into MECA. So I'd already been working with him a little bit, competing a little bit in USAC at the time, and then also judging with Steve at some of the events. And so that's when we met right there. I guess, and we met in '94 actually, and
And that
so.
was in USAC at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was working with Brad Eubank, who was the other
Right.
founder of MECA. We were
Right.
working at audio video environments there in Nashville, just north of Nashville in Madison, Tennessee, and just right by Goodlettsville.
Yeah.
And Steve used to come over and see us a whole lot. He was the Memphis Fultron rep at the time,
Okay.
and everything. So that's when I met Steve. Was right then. So he was selling Fultron and I guess later Memphis to us,
Okay.
and everything. So, and then, we kind of just became friends and colleagues there, and expanded into, judging with him on the sound quality side. And then later on, it expanded into, when we had to start doing finals and things like that, we're working on those things. And then later on, became part of the awards, or not the awards, but the rules committee, and everything like that.
Right.
So, yeah.
Cool. So the majority of your experience since basically the mid to late '90s has been pretty much exclusively judging, right? I mean, you never
Correct.
really got into event promotion. You never really did a whole lot of. Obviously, you've built your own cars off and on, but not to compete necessarily or anything like that. Pretty much all your focus from the beginning has been on judging and rules and ethics as far as car audio goes, right? Because your profession has been home audio for the most part,
Yeah,
right?
since '96, yeah, I was making
Yeah,
a living, yeah, doing working on homes. I kind of did, you freeloaded on the side and did some things for
right,
buddies and things like
right,
that, just because you could, and so yeah, we pretty much just stayed on that side of things. When kind of to um, recap on some stuff there. So when we started working with MECA or whatever, and I think you were one of the main architects behind the rules early on.
mm,
Um, which was a great foundation there. And then later on, when we excuse me, continued to grow, and like I said earlier, when we were asked to start doing finals and things
right,
like that, Steve really didn't want to do finals. He wanted to just kind of keep it a club and kind of have a points champion and things like that. But when it got a
sure,
little more formal and things like that, then I got way more involved. But yeah, pretty much I've always been on the competition side, and come from judging. And
right,
with MECA, I've never competed in MECA. If I did, it was like maybe the first year or something when it first started. Maybe a
right,
couple little local shows here
right,
in the Nashville area, whatever was about it. But yeah, so yeah, very little experience from the competition side as far as MECA is concerned.
right. And during that time, you haven't really like I was gone for several years in between, and that and a lot. I think quite a few people have done that, or they've migrated into different things. They might have started out as a competitor for years and then migrated into being a judge, and then those kinds of things. But you've pretty much been, I mean, from at least from MECA's foundation again, 1999, 2000. I mean, you've pretty much continuously judged that entire time, right? You haven't really taken any time off for anything, right? I
That is
don't think
correct.
anybody's let
Yeah.
you.
Right. Yeah. So since then, right around there. So I guess that's, oh my goodness, 20 years of, yes, yeah, analyzing cardio systems and judging.
Right,
So yeah, I've listened to a lot of cars.
right.
Uh,
And so
uh,
to put that in perspective for everybody, we're talking between 20 and 25 years of continuous sound quality judging consistently. I mean, I don't know of anybody who's done any part of, other than, obviously Steve himself running MECA.
Mm-hmm.
IASC has gone through several different hands. Emmett started around 2001, and USAC obviously has had a lot of changes. But I mean, the consistency factor of the people involved running it, it has been there. There's a ton of history, a ton of time there, a ton of shows. I mean, if you had to add up how many shows you've judged, how many cars you've judged,
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
it'd be in the thousands, I'm sure.
It would be up there pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. When we kind of took off there, so, and I was doing most of all the shows here locally with Steve that he did, of course, being, right here in the Nashville area. And he had been doing shows here really since, the mid 90s.
Right.
He had a good following. So we already had a great customer base. So anytime we had an event, we would have a reasonably good turnout from,
Right.
of course, from the SPL side, but also from the sound quality side. We would have, even just a little Sunday afternoon show or whatever, we'd have a dozen to 25 cars show up. And
Right.
so, that would go on. I mean, he was doing shows, twice a month. So,
Mhm.
yeah, it would be, sometimes 20 to 50 cars a month being judged. And so, yeah, we've judged a lot, or I have judged a lot of cars,
Yeah.
and everything. So, something you kind of asked a little bit earlier, kind of about, just being a judge or running events or
Mhm.
anything like that. So, in 2004, I started my own company doing home work, home installations, and selling. And at that time, when you go out and you start your own business, you're always kind of scared to death. Financially, is this thing going to
Yeah, yeah.
make it? And you're going to,
Right.
feed your family and everything like that. So I went to Steve and I said, hey, here's my situation. I'm going into business, and I said I've been running the sound quality shows with them for quite some time, and they're right when I guess maybe a year or two prior to that, I had also started doing SPL judging just because he had a big customer base there. So I was doing verifying and running lanes in SPL. Sometimes when we do a Saturday Sunday show, we'd do Saturday SPL and Sunday,
Mm.
finish the SPL because so Saturday would be like qualifying. So we'd go up to that Louisville show
Right.
in February, the Carl Casper show, and we would
Right.
run, 200 cars through the SPL
Yeah.
lanes on
Yeah.
Saturday. And I ran,
Right.
for years ran lanes there. So what he noticed was, is I understood the SPL side as well. It's, a bunch of math.
Right.
And then on the, sound quality side, been doing that. So, what's the next step is to be running your own shows. So, we had, he needed some help in Indiana, Alabama. He was getting requests to do events down there. And so, I started, he would set up the show and then I would go and run it. So I was driving to, working all week. And then on Friday night, jumping in the vehicle, loading it all up with the whole thing and heading out to Indiana or Alabama or wherever, because Steve took care of Tennessee mainly, and running my own events for him. And we agreed
Okay.
on a reasonable amount of pay and everything like that because he already had a good customer base in those territories. So I looked. He helped me make sure that I made a reasonable amount of money to feed my family and everything, in which I was always appreciative that he. I always remembered that
Right.
he did that, and now my business is doing very, very well. So I'm kind of in return always thought of remembered that Steve
Sure.
helped me during that time, making sure, because you go out and you run an event and make pretty good money on a weekend, and so now that with on this side of things with the sound quality stuff, I've helped out to make sure we had people there at the events and everything, and paid for some of that stuff and everything when we couldn't get support or sponsorship and things like that. So,
And and
um,
and to put a exclamation point on that Vinny's not going to say, there's a lot of MECA events, some of them including my own, that would not have been nearly as functional without Vinny's support, whether he was there or not. I'll just say that. So I mean, just
yeah,
the lining up judges, helping, use use whatever you got in hand to help,
Right.
fly judges out
Hmm.
and get them involved
Hmm.
and stuff like that. I mean,
Hmm.
as recently as, when we did we were, I think we were all working on getting some industry support for like the clinics and stuff, like what we did as recently as, Knoxville, and um,
Hmm.
Vinny helped get Hogan there to help us out and everything else. I mean, that was,
Hmm.
so it's a continuous thing, and I feel the same way. I mean, I wouldn't be in the industry or doing this without Steve giving me the chance in the beginning either. So,
Hmm.
it's one of those things where, um, you know, uh, people are people. There's always a double-edged sword, but I mean, I think we're both here for similar reasons, because of similar reasons. But again,
Yeah. Yeah. We both enjoy the
it's
hobby, love the sport. So
oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Otherwise, we wouldn't. It's not worth doing it if you don't love it. That's for sure. It's
there you
something
go. That's right. Yeah.
nobody's
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
nobody, especially these days, nobody's, especially if you're just doing SQ, you're not feeding your families off of that.
Right.
Um, but, but yeah, it's definitely a passion. And with that, obviously there comes a lot of, with passion, especially in something like this. And I think any competition, there comes, obviously a lot of, a lot of emotion that comes with that. But, over the years, like, let's just say MECA, for example, from, when things kind of got more formal, especially Carl Casper definitely helped, build, build MECA. I think, at that point, it was one of those events that really, it was exciting with the car show and everything else, and
Hmm.
having that many people come in and everything. I think that was one of the key events then that really got people, excuse me, it was the bookend to ended up being the bookend to finals. You kind of
Hmm.
started out the year with Casper, and you ended, it was similar to spring break, I guess, to a certain degree. But from that time, when things kind of got from being grassroots and 6 or 7 cars, here or there in a parking lot, to, really being, I mean, I would say by the mid 2000s, I mean, MECA was the major organization for a while, in terms of numbers of cars, and still is to this day.
Hmm.
And, but how have you noticed any difference in how you've had to approach the judging through that time? Or is your approach similar, if that makes sense? I mean, is there something in your process that you've had to change from then to now, whether because the car's changed, or necessary in the rule side, or stuff you've learned over the years? Or is, are things now the way they were then, or has it evolved?
It's definitely evolved. So if you kind of think back and kind of the way the rules and the architecture of MECA early on was very similar to the two formats that were already the dominant formats. It was kind of a spin-off a little bit of some of the USAC rules and some of the IASCA rules, just because they were already very good foundations. So, why totally rewrite the book at that time? We didn't know to do anything different.
Mhm.
And then when I first started getting in the rules committee or whatever, the customer base wasn't huge. We would have, like I said, anywhere from, sometimes 5 cars to 15, sometimes 20 cars here at a local event here in the Nashville area. Just, it was just, we were spoiled because Steve had already been doing shows here for so long, but then
Right.
I'd go up to Indiana and do a show, and I'd have 50 SPL cars
Mhm.
and 2 sound quality cars,
Right.
you know, and there would be guys that were already, doing the SPL and, just come over and do the sound quality thing or whatever. So, other than the Nashville area, we didn't have a lot of customers in the sound
Right.
quality.
Right.
And so, when we first started getting invited, early on to, I remember when we first did our, first rundown that we got invited to Spring Break Nationals down in Daytona.
Mhm.
What did he have down there? He probably had 100, 150 cars competing or whatever, and we probably got 25,
Right.
because they were pretty much down there to do the IASCA event. And
Mhm.
nothing wrong with that. It was, it was the proven format. They had already established a long, history there of doing a good job. So, we went down there and we worked very hard, and we took care of those people that wanted to compete with us,
Mhm.
and kept getting, and we respected our role down there. We were
Right.
a supporting company down there, and Steve is always, he's very respectful to everybody he interacts with, from other organizations, competition organizations, to his own customers and his employees or helpers, however you want to put it. And we're doing the same thing.
Mhm.
Um, and so, we were just a reflection of him as to how we want to, how he wants us to take care of the customers, the
Right.
competitors, and then also same thing. When we're down there, we're basically a guest of Iasca's, to be there. So, we loved doing that event. From the judges going down there, we got to go down there and hang out at the beach, and
Yeah.
be down there at spring break and everything.
Right.
So it was a lot of fun, and it took us a good several years to get a foundation going. And so, go down there, and we would get just a portion of the customers. We went to Larry Chisner's show up there at SVR. Got
Mhm.
invited there to go there. We were kind of starting to get noticed,
Mhm.
and you're kind of asking of how we were listening to the cars and
Right.
how I was listening to the cars. Well, I came from USAC and IASCA judging. I'd helped with both IASCA events and USAC events with Steve, and and even did a little bit of WAC, if you remember those, WAC. Did some events with them, competing and a little bit of judging. So, the way I was listening and analyzing the cars was very similar to how I'd been doing it there, and the score sheets and everything kind of had pretty much the same the descriptions, or
Mhm.
whatever. So didn't listen to them super loud. I didn't, um, analyzed them at a reasonable volume, and as far as understood placement, and I can hear things where they come from very, very well, and that's what I was doing. And
Mhm.
so, um, what kind of really started to change, in the kind of the way MECA ended up going, was I was down at spring break one year, and a gentleman had started competing with us named Matt Roberts, and he would, of course, get judged by me. And I think back then I could remember all the judges. John Vrooman was one of our judges, main judges that judged with us, some down there. Um, and then anyway, Matt wasn't scoring very well from me, not to what he thought he should be scoring. And so he, um, very politely and very respectful, asked me after the event one time, and just said, "I'd love to sit with you in my truck while you listen to it, and show me, what you're tell me what you're listening for and what you're hearing and everything like that." And I said, "Oh yeah, I'd be very happy to." That was kind of part of the way Steve wanted us to work with the competitors, so they really
Right.
understood, um, what we were looking for. Always do that, and I always really like doing that. I mean, I love this stuff, so why not?
Mhm.
So communicate about it some more, and
And you were, I mean, you were doing the clinics and everything else from the beginning. I remember
correct.
that, having the
Hmm.
clinics beforehand, even at the bigger shows and even at finals, I think. I
Hmm.
mean, you were getting in people's cars and helping them and, getting it,
Hmm.
especially the ones who had never competed before, but, making sure they kind of had an idea of what they were doing before you got in and went, what? you know,
Right. That was, yeah, something else. I forget about that because we don't do it much anymore. So
right.
it's
I mean,
almost gone
that's where
away.
that's
Yeah.
where I completely stole the idea for the meat and tweaks was from that.
Yeah. Right, right. Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. So yeah, early on when we didn't have a huge customer base, we had time. or whatever. You show up and there's 10 cars there in the parking lot, get there. Of
Right.
course, I'm never on time. Everybody knows I'm always running 5, 10, 20, 30 minutes late. And so, yeah, um, we'd get there and there would be whatever, handful of cars, 10 cars there or
Right.
whatever. Kirk was usually one of the first ones there, especially in the Nashville area. He was coming up. David Hogan's another one that was competing early on with us. And, they'd both be there early and ready. And, Kirk would always want you to give him a clinic, whatever. He's been like, I'm trying a new tune. You'd get in there and give him, 5, 10, 20 minutes, whatever. Sometimes it'd be an hour if we didn't have very many cars show up.
Right.
And you'd spend more time doing that than really judging the cars. But yeah, exactly. So yes, we like to spend time and educate if we could what we were looking for. And so there goes this leads just into the situation with Matt down there, because there's definitely many
Right.
shows where I had spent some time with people before and after the show, kind of in their car with them and everything like that. And so, Matt did the whole, just sat in there very quietly and let me kind of say what I wanted to say and how I was looking for things and everything like that. And, and I just made a couple comments about some things and kind of said, it's kind of compressed to the left and it doesn't have a lot of separation things and everything like that. And he, just listened very, politely and everything like that. And he says, yes, sir, I agree with you. And, we're so close to the speakers on the driver's side of the car. He says, what I've been having trouble with is, I delay them out to get the imaging and everything to kind of open up and everything like that. But I lose energy, I lose impact, I lose dynamics. It doesn't sound real at all anymore. And he goes, now that we've listened to this, these few tracks that we haven't really listened to very loud at all, and everything, he goes, I would like to, demonstrate the sound system to you. And I said, oh, sure. And he goes, well, I want to change the music. And he put in some, oh goodness, maybe Janice Ian, I think is what it was.
That's about right with
And
Matt.
yeah, and so it,
Surprise.
oh my, yeah, oh my goodness, I hadn't, from a car audio system to have that amount of energy from top to bottom. I mean,
Hmm.
just from low frequency, mid bass, everything was there, and it just, you felt, you know, all the drums, and it was very fun to listen to. And he goes, and he was explaining to me, the system again, about delay and everything like that. And he even let me go in there and play with some of the delay on it. And sure enough, it 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 fell on its face. It did not give you that experience when you delayed it out and tried to make it image.
Hmm.
And so he said that he felt, and this was his polite, respectful opinion, that there wasn't another vehicle in the parking lot that would do what his truck did, with that song. And I said, well, you're probably right, but I wouldn't know because I didn't listen to it. Any cars like that. I
Hmm.
analyzed them the way I'd been analyzing them, for years.
Hmm.
And so that was our introduction.
And when
And
was this?
so,
About.
oh goodness, this was our earlier years down there when we first started doing the spring break shows. I couldn't tell you what year. My years are running, together
Right.
so much.
Mid
Um,
2000s,
yeah, probably so. Yeah, somewhere in there.
2005,
Yeah,
2007, somewhere
yeah,
in there.
because he's on the cup for one year, and I ought to look that up or whatever. What year Matt won the cup or whatever? But he only competed just a handful of years with us
I was gonna
before
say.
he um, moved into to working on this side
Right.
of the fence. And so just right then, right away, he started making kind of a light bulb go off, above my head, and I started realizing, okay, well, we need to be thinking about that. It was
Mm.
probably always there. It just wasn't, somebody had to kind of, you know, share that with me or whatever. And so, um, from that point on, I started paying a lot more attention to dynamics and things like that. David Hogan came on with us and started working with us on this side of the fence um, right around that time as well. And right away, the three of us worked together once they joined the team on this side.
Mm.
Um, and rewrote basically the rules and the definitions of the classes and everything like that to be more focused on performance. And so Matt was mainly the person feeding me and David as to what speakers could do and telling us, limitations as to locations in the car and things like that as to where there would be a breaking point for the rules to be. So,
Mm.
here comes small drivers being allowed higher in the vehicle where there isn't speakers
Right.
located there originally, kind of what we're doing in the street class now. But even in early versions of that, when we evolved into the modified street class, where we started saying, okay, well, now you can put larger speakers in factory locations and things like that, and modifying. And so all the things in the classes were all now more performance based instead of, early on we were doing things with power and things, whether you're a professional or you're an amateur, or you're a consumer or whatever. We were just finding, you know, we don't really have enough customers to create all these classes for consumers and for professionals. So why don't we just create all the classes and everything based on complexity of system design, and
Mm.
then that way we would be able to allow pros and consumers or whatever, because if the systems are designed very similar, then it's all based on, how well they did the foundation of putting the speakers in, the tuning of the car, the electronics. It's really going to matter more about that than it is, so much if you're a pro or you're a consumer or anything like that, because now we've got very similar system designs competing against each other instead of, somebody who's a pro versus somebody who's a consumer or whatever. And most of the time it was a pro who built the car for the consumer anyway. So what did that really,
And
you
that
know,
nowadays,
it,
a lot of the DIYers, so to speak, are on a whole nother level. I mean, there's a lot of a lot of pros that could learn a lot from DIYers on the sound quality side, especially when it comes to the tuning and speaker placement and stuff like that, because they're willing to take it a little bit further and take the time on it that is required. It's not just about the install anymore.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it became about the performance of sound
Mm-hmm.
versus, yeah, how fancy the installation was or anything like that. So well, there's two examples right there of two champions with David and Matt. David Hogan is when I met him, he was a commercial electrician working for his uncle. He
Mm-hmm.
didn't have anything to do with the mobile electronics industry from a profession.
Right.
And Matt's a contractor, so he's in commercial construction mainly. And so another person that has really nothing to do with, the industry or whatever. These are just two people that this is a hobby and they're passionate about it. They love great sound, and that's what we have found is competing. And what we had found at that time, when you really go back and you look at a lot of the people that were successful, Kirk Profit, one of the most successful competitors ever in the history of doing this. Him and I would consider Mark Eldridge, are just, two of the top people in history probably that have done this. Mark obviously in this a little bit as a profession, working with JBL and all that, and I think he's associated with JL Audio or something at one form or another. And but early on, I'm not even sure if he was a professional in this industry. He may have done something else, but Kirk, he sells commercial kitchens.
Right.
He sells the, he's not
Yeah.
not
He's the furthest
affiliated
away
with
from
this.
it than you can imagine. Yeah.
Oh, I know exactly. It's yeah. So oddly enough, just back when we were saying I competed or whatever, I'm jumping around just a hair bit here or whatever. But I met Kirk Profit. We went down there, and I think it was either I think it was either 92 or 93 Spring Break Nationals, and I don't think I had pre-registered, and just decided to go down there and enter. And so there we were, standing on the steps of the Ocean Center, and I'm standing next to Kirk. And I didn't know him. We never met and anything. Of course, this is long before MECA or any of that
Right.
stuff or whatever. But that's when I met Kirk. He was there in a Lumina or Z34 or something like that. I think is what he had, and I was in my RX-7, and we were down there to compete or whatever for the Haskell show. So that's how long I've known Kirk.
Right.
Is all the way back to there. So, but anyway, and Kirk's been a huge influence in this as well. Just evolving and sharing with us, and that's I think how this is really MECA has evolved based on its customers. I think we're one of the best companies that when somebody from a competitor to a manufacturer gets involved with us and injects themselves into our I guess maybe the management or whatever, gets involved with us on the rules and ethics committee or whatever. We're open-minded. We want to hear your ideas, but also
kind of become part of the culture, so to speak.
Yeah.
Not necessarily having an effect on how things. The shows are still going to be run the way they are. The judges are still going to judge the way they do, but that culture has a dynamic that changes when people get involved. Like, for example, Linda and Richard Pappison, right? I mean, I would say a lot of things on the rules and ethics side were able to kind of grow up with them injecting what they know, working at NASA. It's one of those things where
my goodness.
when you have that kind of background and accustomed to those kinds of things, a lot of us just do our job our way. It's not regulated to the nth degree like what they do. So when they are accustomed to that kind
certainly
of
made us
thing,
yeah,
they're able to bring that professionalism into something that may not have had it before.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was myself and Matt and David and of course Mr. Stern, Steve Stern, that we wrote the rules there for several years and adjusted the rules as needed or whatever. And then Richard and Linda started competing out west, and then after their competition career, same thing that Matt and David both did. When they were getting to a point where they had already kind of proven themselves on the competition side, and were very involved on that side, and then injected themselves on the rules and the judging side. Once again, here Richard and Linda from the West Coast, where we had some foundation out there, but not a great one. They injected themselves into the club, and Richard's a very intelligent person. Linda's way beyond any of us. And
I think we should probably tell you straight up, Linda's here, but
yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. She only stands this tall, but yes,
right.
intelligence
She
goes.
may need a pillow. She may need a pillow to judge your car, but other than
That's
that,
right.
she's probably taller than you.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's a good way of putting it. And so, just two very intelligent people, and also just the other nice thing is I was actually talking with Richard a little earlier today. How I kind of, as far as demeanor or whatever, I'm always kind of serious or whatever. I do laugh sometimes and have a good time or whatever, but I'm always kind of a pretty serious person. And I was talking to Richard today, and he's got that little giggle he does.
Mm.
And I was just like, you guys are just a huge asset to us, and just great people to have on the team. They're always happy, it seems like. I'm sure there's sad times and serious times too, but they're just fun people. They're super smart, and they have their background in music is crazy, and or whatever. So yeah, they've been huge assets. And Richard, pretty much, he's our we'll type it up or whatever. And of course, all the punctuation will be a mess. And that's the rules for years, right? You saw
Yep.
the formatting and things like that. I have no formal, education other than high school, and I'm not sure what Matt's education is exactly. And so, we were typing these rules, and David, and here comes Richard, and then all of a sudden, yes, the rule book looks way better and much more coherent. You can
Mhm.
understand what things mean now. So yes, they have brought all kinds of levels of respect to the business, and so yeah, they are fantastic. But that's what we've noticed. What I've noticed is being here the whole time, pretty much, is we don't necessarily try to find people to work for us or work with us or
Right.
whatever. They just like Steve's personality. They believe in what he's trying to do, and his willingness to listen to a great idea, and that trickled into me. And so whenever we see people who are credible, that's the key thing, and their ideas are credible, then we always want to invite them to come and communicate with us, help us make things better if they're willing, because this is really volunteer. I mean, this whole
Right.
thing of
Yeah,
of
nobody's getting
our
paid
stereo
by the hour
competition,
or
no
anything
one's.
else. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's no money in
If you
this.
took the
So
hourly wage, it's negative. Yeah.
yeah, you think
Yeah.
about how many. If you really look at the pay scale, you'd be shocked why we do this.
Yeah.
So most of the time we're paying to go judge cars.
Yeah.
So
Literally.
yes, and so it's all volunteer. You have to love this, and
Yeah.
so that's the whole thing. David injected himself in, came in, and wanted to be here, enjoyed doing it, just loves it, and got on this side, made it better. And then Matt just followed right behind him, same thing. Me and Matt have become very good friends, and everything. And I love talking with Richard and Linda. They're very fun, and everything like that. We miss Chris,
Yeah.
and so he was great to work with and judge with. We've had just some amazing people and talent come through the organization, and I'm shocked I'm still here. But that's really
Yeah.
kind of, I'm giving you this side of things, because
Right.
maybe people don't hear or understand all the stuff that happens from this side of things or whatever. But that's really what the organization is. It's just a bunch of people who love it, and and when we recognize good people, we want them to be a part of it if they want to be a part of it. I'll certainly do recruiting. If I see
Right.
somebody and they get to a point, for example, and I'm around a lot of people in this area, the Nashville, Tennessee area. We got a
Mhm.
great foundation here. Whatever, we got cars out of Alabama and Tennessee, Georgia, Kentucky, and everything. Some great people and great competitors or whatever. Um, Mike Myers is next. When he's done competing, we're ready for Mike to, if he wants to come aboard on this side of things. But I think right now he still wants to compete. But those are people like him and others in different areas and territories. Steve, I never say your name right, and I apologize for this. Steve Wiegner. Is it Wiegner?
Wagner. Wagner.
Wagner. Gosh,
Yeah.
Wagner. Gosh, I'm going to say it right one day, Steve. I apologize.
They
Uh,
they
you
they
know,
threw all the vowels at it. It's I
Right.
understand. I get it.
Yeah, yeah. And so, Steve up in the Northeast, we did a
Mhm.
show up there at New York or whatever. I flew up there and we did a show up there. And oh my God, that was crazy. Um, and so, Steve got, we were doing, back then we were doing three X's, not four X's. And three X's were three judges. And we got up there and there were supposed to be some other judges or whatever. And they weren't there. And I looked over and I go, so you're judging today? He said, huh? I was like, yeah. And
Do
so,
what?
uh, right, right. So we ended up doing a 3X with two judges. I mean, that's what we had,
Right.
whatever. So, yeah, he's, another guy that's just, he's talented.
Mhm.
He can tune cars, he can build cars, he could certainly judge without any problem. He did a great job that day, and I think Steve Stern said he's judged a few times with us up there and done a phenomenal job. But those are when we see people like that, those are a little bit of who we go after for judges, and then
Right.
also. They usually come and share ideas with us. I mean, they're passionate about it and curious. So that's kind of where the personnel comes from and the judges and everything like that. So
So to fast forward a little bit, I think that's a good foundation. If we need to go back, we will. But to kind of go into where we are currently,
hmm
and I guess what started this topic was what's coming up in the next few weeks, is the training proposed on March 20, I think it is, in
yes,
Clarksville,
sir.
Tennessee.
hmm
So what's the plans there? What's the kind of ideas behind it? What got it to this point? Because I think what you actually have planned is quite different from what you've done in the past to a certain degree, right? You've kind of again injected some new ideas into this that are more experimental that maybe haven't been described yet. So what's your thought pattern on that?
Yeah. So, it's an odd time right now, and we can't go to the symphony and we can't go to live venues, really and hear music. There's not much of that going on right now. So, Steve has a really good program. And over the years, and when I think about it, and I even spoke to him about it the other day, I'm like, wow, just the things you try to do to get people to understand music is very, very important because if we don't know what a violin sounds like, which he takes us to the symphony, then how would we know how to judge it? And
Mm,
so he takes us to live venues and introduces us to all kinds of types of venues. Usually we on Friday night or whatever we go to a kind of a live, kind of bluesy or something like that bar or venue and hear some live music that way and then on Saturday we do the classroom type of stuff where we share the rules with everybody, kind of verbally share with you what we're looking for as best we can, go over a little bit of the history of MECA and things like that, and then Saturday night we do go out and go to the symphony. And so, somewhere in there in the classroom, we also do a little bit of in car listening and analyzing, kind of, going listen to the cars based on what we discussed in the classroom
mhm.
on the Saturday when we get together. So it's a really fast paced weekend. Friday night, boom, we're going out hearing a little bit of live, energetic music. And then we do classroom on Saturday, and then Saturday night we do the symphony. So it's just a cram packed weekend. And then Sunday, we actually throw these group of people in cars and make them judge the Freeze Fest show. And that's what it's been that way now. Goodness, I don't know. We've done this 10, 12 years plus, something
A
like
long
that, maybe
time. Yeah.
longer. Yeah, exactly. With something similar to that format. But I mean, the symphony hadn't been here the whole time because early on he used to like to take us to a little studio here in Nashville and get a little studio time. You'd listen in the studio mixing room, and then also he usually do a little live music thing there, play some drums, the guitar, and things like that. Maybe have a little mini band there or something to give you some kind of live music so you get the feel of the experience, what a
Mhm.
real instrument sounds like right in front of you, the energy that it produces, the dynamics, how loud is a set of drums, in that room. Oh, it's ridiculous.
Right.
And so that's what Steve's always wanted. He's wanted you to understand what the instruments really sound like, how much energy, the dynamics that they produce, that they have a little raspy edge, coming out of the horns. When they play the drums, it's not just the bass drum you feel. That snare should make you blink every time it's hit. The energy that it produces, and that's real. I mean, that's the instrument. And so, he wants you to understand and have that in your musical memory. So when you're going to judge the car, if you decide to use the drum track that we have as one of our tracks you're allowed to use, that's the test. Does
Mm-hmm.
that vehicle or that sound system, how well does it really reproduce you sitting in that room with that guy wailing on those drums? And if it's not close, then obviously it's not very accurate. So that's been Steve's thing the whole time, pretty much from the beginning. He's a musician himself, plays and sings and all that. So he knows and loves music, and so that's his whole reasoning, behind our sound quality program. He wants you to be able to, um, you know, create and make great sound. He wants our customers, he wants us to help them, as we can or whatever. But, our job as a competition organization is to analyze and write the scores down on a score sheet and, place these vehicles that compete with us. So, anyway, that's been what we've done for many years is run that format. But over the last couple years, and I'm not on social media that much, other than sometimes I glance on there and see what people are doing a little bit here and there, and then look at some things based on my hobbies of riding dirt bikes and stuff like that. Um, I'm not in the forums and the groups and things like that, paying attention to what people are saying. So, some people shared with me some of the things that they think we're a little, maybe choosing certain vehicles for this or that, or why does this car always win, or why does this team always win, or something like that. And so it kind of, not that anybody that I could tell was being like ugly or anything. They're just sharing opinions and views and things like that. It just kind of made me want to think about, because we're basically, those are our customers, if you look at it that way.
Right.
And we want to, what would be the best way to help them understand maybe why we're saying this car wins, or these groups of cars, are winning or whatever. So, from me being here pretty much the whole time and understanding the evolutions of what we're looking for now, I understand it. Obviously, a few group people that are here, Richard, Linda, David, several others that work with us as far as from the judging side or whatever, and Steve Stern, of course, being our head man here, has told us what we're to be looking for, how we're supposed to be scoring, and what we're asking the systems to kind of sound like or whatever. So we know, and certain competitors are getting it and understanding it or whatever, but does everybody understand it? And
Mm.
so was kind of the question that came in my head. And then, so do they really know what we're looking for? And so I thought, well, maybe we do, not necessarily do a judges training, but it can be a judges training. It can be a training of all things. It would just be an education of MECA and
Mm-hmm.
what it's about. And so, and kind of do more listening in the cars is what I thought would be a good idea. Because right now we do, the live thing on Friday night. We do the live thing on Saturday night, which is phenomenal, but we can't do it much right now. And do just, we do a classroom portion of the day, and then we do a little bit of listening at the end of Saturday before we get ready to go to the symphony. And so, I thought if we could just get maybe get a little bit of classroom time, and then go and start listening in the cars. And one of the things that kind of came up was, that, why can't a stock car or maybe a street level car score what a Mod X or extreme car scores?
Mm-hmm.
And, I kind of believe that they potentially maybe could. But, like I said earlier, when we wrote the rules in the rule book to put the cars in the classes, each class and level allows you to do more to the car to make it sound better. So just by the theory of the classes, it's going to be quite difficult for a car that we only allow you to do very limited things in to score as well as a car where they potentially could put a studio monitor on the dash of their car shooting, right at you, really. I mean, if you
And I would say we're majority talking about max potential versus max potential, right? We're not saying that,
yeah, just in
a car
theory,
that
it's
a car
right.
that is in a
Mhm.
class doesn't necessarily mean it's going to max out that class. Obviously, it could have
Right.
plenty of issues. It could, it could be in that class for a
Yes.
reason. There are a lot of SPL vehicles, for example, that end up
Hmm.
in the higher SQ classes because of
Hmm.
what they've done to the vehicle that doesn't fit in a lower class. So,
Right. Right.
and that vehicle may not even have any speakers in the front of the car. Been there. So just because a vehicle is in a class doesn't,
Yeah.
magically, it's like, buying those
Yeah.
new running shoes or that new bike or whatever isn't going to make you run faster or go faster or, anything like it.
Oh,
There's a lot
yes.
involved in this other than just being in a class and having a certain amount of equipment put in certain places. So just to
Oh,
clarify
yes.
that, yes, a stock class could beat an extreme vehicle, and
Hmm.
they recently have. That doesn't mean best in class, best in class. And
Right. Hmm.
I don't think you're saying that we're necessarily assuming that because it's a stock car, I could never give it an 81, for example. There's
Oh,
nothing
no, no, no,
in
no. There's
there's
any
nothing
of our
written
rules that
down.
says you can't,
Exactly.
that
Right.
it can't score whatever it scores.
Right.
I was talking with I can't remember who it was. It was somebody the other day, and anyway, two people when I met them, and then the way I met them, one was Brian Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
This was a finals one year at where we did it in Nashville, and he came out and he competed in master class. He was in a black Chevy Cruze, and I
Mm-hmm.
think it was the first year or second year of that automobile's release um, from Chevrolet, and so fairly new car. If it wasn't, like I said, a first year build of that car or whatever, when they first Chevy decided to build that, and it was a black 4-door, and he was quietly on one side of the building over there. And of course, he was master class, so he was kind of at the end of the event. And Mark was there that year in the NASCAR car, and I believe Mark may have been the previous year's champion at that time or whatever. So when I was going around judging the cars and everything like that, usually just out of the respect of the Pearson being the prior year champion or whatever, I usually waited towards the end of the day to judge that car, kind of analyze all the other cars, and then directly compare him or that person's the champion car to it, or whatever. It's just something I've done. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just a style. And so Brian happened to be the car right before Mark that I judged or whatever, and I got in it and didn't. Where Steve Stearns always told us, just be blind, don't look at anything in the car, just get in them and listen. Let them tell you to how to operate the system and everything like that. Of course, you always just say hi and you're there, introduce yourself and all the normal formalities that we teach everybody to do when judging a car. And so did that and listened to it, and it was like, holy cow, this thing sounds really good. And it did everything very, very well. And so I got out of the car and I was like, who are you? And he's like, wait, what? And I'm not
You don't
real
know me?
Yeah, well, I don't. And so he was from California. We didn't have a lot of California competitors at the time. And but I'm I was curious. I
Mhm.
looked at the car and I'm like, where's the speakers? And he's like, well, they're all where they came from Chevy. They're not, the speakers that Chevy put in there, but yeah, we just, replaced the speakers. And he did have a set of tweeters exposed. Um, but yeah, he said there everything's just in factory locations. And I said, so this thing's a street car. And he's like, I guess. And I'm like, why are you competing in master? And he goes, well, I'm somewhat affiliated with a manufacturer. And I was like, oh, okay, well, awesome, very good. I was just like, told him this, man, this thing sounds really, really good. And he was just, I mean, right at scoring to what Mark scored that year.
Mhm.
I mean, right on his heels. And so to say, and Mark's car's got a few modifications. I mean, it's completely built from the
Just a
ground
couple,
up.
yeah,
I
one or
mean, yeah,
two, yeah.
right. I mean, it's the whole thing was based on making sound. I mean, the whole that's what he did. I mean, he did as much as he could possibly do to make that thing sound phenomenal. But for the environment it was, which was amazing. And so those to say that there's a limit that you can't score because that car scored right there. He beat an enormous amount of advanced cars at that show. If you just compressed everybody into one class, he was pretty much, I think Mark was the cup winner that year. So he was second in a street car amongst all the other cars that were there. And so Tom, that works with you a whole lot, same way in that black truck. We were at finals one year. I didn't know Tom. And, he competed in master that year. And he was over there on that far wall back there across from where Larry likes to always park by the big door that opens up going out. This is in Louisville, finals at Louisville.
Sometimes opens up if we can find the key. Yeah.
That's right. There you go. Yeah. Let people in and out. That's it. And so Tom may have hit it.
Should have.
I was just like, I got out and once again did the same thing. I'm like, who are you? And where's the speakers in the car? And, he scored an 80 that day.
Mm-hmm.
So to say that these, cars that are simple can't score well, they sure can.
Right.
But by just on paper,
Mm-hmm.
The likeliness is it's a lot more difficult. They've got to have a lot more talent and really, really know what they're doing. And so therefore, here we go. Tom has been very successful in competing and building great sound systems. Brian's the same way. Now he's the current cup holder or whatever. Very talented people. So they figured out a way, to make what was, a very difficult thing to do. They made both of those vehicles sound very, very good. And we all, afterwards, I think David was there that year judging finals with us or whatever. And I was like, did you ever listen to that black truck? And he's like, yeah, it's a freaking street car. It's just, that's just something, we were just very impressed. And so when folks like that are capable, but what in this training,
Is this a judge's training? Is this a judge's
it's
training? Is this, or what's the concept behind it?
yeah it's even when you think of what we've been doing all the years and we call it judges training, is it really? I mean, it can be a judges training. It can be a just a general knowledge fest, if you want to call it that, because it's just general information about the music and about how to enjoy music is what it's always been. So this one's going to be a little more focused on, um, a little more focused on the rules. So definitely a lot more focused on the sound quality listening rules, how we're coming up with the numbers and listening and scoring on cars and everything. But I think I would just call it more of a MECA
A
training.
MECA training, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
MECA
MECA
training.
training. Yeah, and that's what they've always been.
Yeah,
And it's really what they've been. We're always looking for good recruits and to help us and be part of the team and all that. So it's just our Steve's just always called it a judges training, and but really it's been most of the people who come through don't always end up judging. They a lot
right.
of times just came to learn more about what
More and
we
more,
were
right.
looking for,
Yeah.
and so
And
that's
it's
what.
absolutely worthwhile for anybody, even if they don't compete in MECA. It's still, there's a lot of contrasting information that's available there that
Mhm,
has been gleaned over the years and put into it. That is
mhm.
worthwhile for. I mean, I did it last year and I learned quite a bit,
Mhm.
and I've been doing this for a minute. So yeah,
Yes, sir.
it's
Yeah.
it's
So,
good for everybody, I think. Anyway,
yeah, yeah. So that's where I was kind of going. I thought, well, if we could share with them, get them in the cars a little bit more, and then the way I wanted to set it up is we're trying to do three vehicles, and what we were going to do is dedicate groups to listen to those when we go out to start listening to the cars. Groups are going to be assigned to three cars, and we're going to use a simple system, stocker street system as one of the vehicles. We're going to use a modified level car, modified or modified street level car as the second car. And then the third car being a more advanced car, kind of either Mod X and up, basically. Could be a Mod X or, extreme car. Of course, Masters, also anything really, but Mod X or extreme level, class car. And so, being we're in the Tennessee area and we have lots of or being we are in Tennessee, and in the area around us, we've got so many good sounding vehicles here. I invited several people already to come, and depending on how many people are going to attend, we'll invite more. But Rob has been gracious to actually shut his store down on Saturday. He's closing to the customers. He's
he
giving.
won't do for me. So you got more pull than I do.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. Well, it's funny. And, he loves this sport. He's been doing it. Well, he did it a long time early on, and I competed against him, worked with him for a little while, and then competed against him. And so he's passionate about competing in car stereo. I tell you that. But the one thing I like about him is he wants everybody to do well, and everybody to learn. And so um, he's volunteered this to for us to have it there. He's been holding shows there the last several years with you as the host, actually. He's hosted the location, but you've been there hosting the
Right.
SQology and bringing in the judges and organizing that. So this time he said, why not come down here and use the store? And I said, oh, we'd be honored to do that. It'd be great. And so that way we can get the reason behind it was because for us to find a venue where we could be comfortable, because usually this is done in February, not that March is going to be any warmer.
Right.
Um, but it's called Freeze Fest for a reason. Um, and so, getting that many vehicles inside somewhere that's climate control. His bays are pretty much reasonably climate control. They can be in this. It's probably going to be if it's cold outside, they'll probably 60 something degrees or something in the car bays. But that's way better than 30 or 20 outside.
Right.
So this way we can have the cars in a pretty comfortable environment. They can all be plugged in and have power. He's got a room upstairs that we can be in if need be. If we end up filling up the car bay, and he's got a showroom where we can kind of all sit in there for the classroom portion of it. So There's two things to this, and I'm jumping around a little bit, and I apologize. So the reason why we kind of thought when he's volunteered his location, I thought, this would be really great if what we're doing here, we can take it on the road.
Mm-hmm.
So, Steve has basically, Steve Stern has
Mm-hmm.
basically what he calls retail members, and that's stores. And so, all over the country. And so, if we could take this kind of on the road, maybe not as quite as big as this is, because we're fortunate to have so many vehicles here, and this is kind of our home. MECA's in Goodlettsville, Tennessee, which is just north of Nashville, so we're kind of all right in the Nashville area, suburbs of Nashville. And so, if we decide we need to go up to the Northeast or whatever, and share with those competitors, because it's not convenient for them to come here, then we would like to use our retail members, um, and by doing this at retailers, we're noticing the manufacturers, our ears are perking up, because now we're directly involving ourselves with their customers, even if you think about it. And so they're supporting us in this a little bit. We're getting a little bit of fundage to get some help to travel and move people around and get judges there, put them in rooms, feed them, and everything, which a lot of times is out of the pockets of the people who are doing it, the volunteers. And so that's nice. So this way, we can hopefully accomplish a couple things with folks, is get them a little bit more familiar with what we're looking for, and everything, and then also they may learn some things themselves, about sound and the dynamics of things and all that, because we're gonna go through the whole procedure with them very thoroughly. We're going to break it up into 3 sections, just like the score sheet is. We're going to start with tonality. We're going to do a little bit of classroom time with that, educate them what we're looking for, try to get it mentally into their head, what it achieves, what is required to get an 8 on the score sheet, or a 9 or a 3. And so, and then we're going to go out and we're going to get into the cars. Each car is going to have an instructor in it, or the owner of the car, which knows really what the car sounds like. These cars that we're bringing in are experienced competitors. Mike Myers is one of them, Kevin Keene, Brian Gill, Tim Smith. Some of Rob's cars are going to be there. David Hogan's coming up from Alabama to be in one of Robert's cars as an instructor. Rob's going to be in one of the cars. I'm going to, whoever ends up in the lucky group of being put into my van, unfortunately, I'm going to be in that. And so,
and to clarify here, and one of the things that a couple of things that I was under the wrong assumption of, but yes, it's being held at at Audio Specialists. Yes, a couple of their cars will be used, but not exclusively. For one. For two, none of this is intended as this is the reference for this class. These are some cars that have done well over time. They happen to be in this category, and there are differences. These are all upper echelon cars that are doing well in MECA currently in these respective categories. And so you kind of to be able to compare and contrast what is possible when you're able to do more as you go up the class structure. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's kind of what we're saying there. So, when you think about, those levels of cars or whatever, and we're going to try, depending on how this goes or whatever, ideally I would love to put them just like we judge the cars, where we start in the simple cars and we go to the next one or whatever. But I feel like we're going to end up spending when we start getting in the cars and they start listening to the music and everything like that, that they're gonna, they're going to be in there a little bit and communicate with the car owner about what they're hearing and things like that and everything. So we're probably going to end up putting, people in each car right away. So you may start out in an advanced car and experience that, and then you may end up ending in one of the simpler cars. But and you may have the same experience between them. It may be that the simpler car is that good, and the advanced car that group happens to have. Unfortunately, if you end up in my van, it may not be as good as Mr. Gill's Mercedes. And so.
Right.
But
I think it's good to have.
I
think it's good to have some of that baseline. Yeah, some of that baseline, just even if it's a factory car, just to be able to, be able to get that. Not a baseline necessarily, but just again a comparison and just something on a score sheet to say this is what's happening in the car. And obviously, our for any of the organizations, the scoring, the score sheet, the rules, and everything else is obviously very much revolving around the very specific limitations of a vehicle. Not it's one of those things where if you're sitting in if you're sitting in a studio and you're perfectly triangulated between the speakers and everything, you don't have to worry about how good the center is because everything's already there. So yeah, it's the difference in the cars, especially with being off center in the vehicle and trying to work beyond the confines of the vehicle in terms of where you're not paying attention so much to the physical limitations of the vehicle, but how everything is presenting itself there. And I think that's the part that gets things into line.
Yeah, there's some physics there, and like I said, one of the learning that and never really, it's common sense, it really is, but not everybody looks at it that way or whatever. And so really the introduction of Matt coming on board and his simplistic way of explaining things, we really understood better what needed to happen there with the separation of the classes and the leveling and from simple to complex. He does a very good job of helping us understand that, and pretty much is the architect behind that tiering there. But so anyway, I think with this format, you're going to hear, even if the car sounds real good, there's going to be something different that you hear because when there is a mid-bass speaker down low in a vehicle, that's not saying that all the mid bass or the bass is going to come from that speaker. I'm not saying that at all. We hope it's not. I mean, that's really the goal, is to not recognize where the speakers are in the vehicle or anything like that. But if it just resonates a little bit, or if it just does something at all that makes it stand out and say, here I am, then that's going to give you that sense or location that that's going on there. So now you've got somebody like Steve up there with that van, and his mid basses are on top of the dash. So if we've got a little localization problem at all with a speaker or anything like that, it's not going to pull the soundstage down. It's going to be up high anyway. So if he's got a little bit of smearing or anything like that, well, maybe it does smear a little bit just over, but it's not making his soundstage height most likely really change too much. Does that make sense to you a little bit? This is just a small example. In his case, right?
It's a good example because those are actually mid ranges on the dash, and then I believe he has mid basses in the kick panel still. But regardless,
there you go.
He made it work. He made it work, right?
Judge not paying attention, but yeah, his all sounds like it's up and big and huge out in front of you there, or whatever. So maybe I'm the only weird one that has a 6 on my dash in the van. We have the same van. Mine's just the earlier model or whatever. So, but anyway, there are some guys using larger speakers up high in the vehicle and things like that. Sorry, I didn't realize that Steve stuff.
I could be wrong. It's
Yeah,
been a
yeah, I
minute,
hear you. Yeah, I
but
hear you. No, no, no. You're probably right. You're probably right. Yeah, there you go. So, but anyway, so just a small example of that, or whatever, or you think of a street car or a stock car, or whatever. The mid ranges are even, most likely even low in the car, unless the factory, they were fortunate to have something up there in the car, from the stock class or something like that. The newer cars today, they're doing a lot of twos and threes and stuff up in the dash now. But years ago, you were luckily to have a five or a six in the door down at the bottom. And, that was real common stock or street system years ago. It was a five or a six and a tweeter, in the front and a woofer in the back. And so the limitation of that system, the mid range and everything, but the high frequency was originating from low in the
right,
car.
right.
So, yeah. So,
All right. So I think overall, I think it answers most of the questions for that particular event. In that
mhm,
it's not really you've changed the structure a little bit because we can't do everything that was possible in previous years. Because I mean, when the last I think the first COVID outbreak really happened within the week after before the MECA training last year in 2020.
mhm.
Is that next week that everything changed.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so obviously we've all had to deal with that because of COVID. So now this year, it already got delayed out a month, and then you've obviously had to make some changes because of the whole COVID situation and everything
Mhm,
else, and
mhm,
also implement some new ideas. But again, um, this isn't being set up to use these cars as a reference. This isn't set up
mhm,
to put any one thing other than cars that are currently involved. I think that's one of the biggest things of any of this
mhm,
is participation. Like
mhm.
you said
Right.
earlier, people who are injecting themselves into it who want to be involved and make stuff like this happen. I mean, these guys that are bringing these cars, like you mentioned, Mike Myers. I mean, he's coming from Knoxville. He's got a show the
Yeah.
week before. He's going to Texas the week after, and he's got a
Yeah.
4 hour drive to get to Nashville. So,
Right.
um,
Yeah.
so I mean, these guys are. It's not like
Yeah.
they're not financially coming out ahead for being involved in this.
Oh no, this
You
is
know, but,
they're
they're all
volunteering their day and the whole
and
thing.
same with
It's
same
the
with like
whole
Rob.
thing.
A retailer shutting down on Saturday.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
that's the one day of the week that you try to make some money. So,
I'm
and
sure.
he's not going to make any money from this. He doesn't make any
No.
money. He loses money every time I show up at his place. So, that
Yeah.
that's how this works. I mean, a lot of people, I think it's easy to look at things from one point of view,
Hmm.
obviously, without looking at all the point of views. And I think that's what we're kind of trying to start here
Uh,
is being able to see, you know, both have, your end and my end as far as,
hmm.
you with Mecca, me with SQology, and then being able to also then take the competitor's perspective and see how some of the stuff might be
Hmm.
seen by them, and then try to at least open up that dialogue to understanding on both ends. Um,
Hmm. Yeah. The one thing that's unique about um, Steve and kind of the foundation of Mecca or whatever. The manufacturers never got behind him a whole lot early on, and Steve went and did shows anyway.
mm,
He just pushed on and he developed the rules thing, and he went out there and out of his own pocket. And, we went and we did shows. I went on many, many, like I said, the first run to Spring Break Nationals. We went down there and we lost. I mean, he gave me $100 for going with him that weekend, and we stayed in a very interesting hotel the first several years down there. In fact, Nathan Hayes went with us one year to judge the SPL side or whatever, and his hotel room door wouldn't even shut really. And so
I've
there just
I've
wasn't
been
any
in those.
budget. I mean, there wasn't anything. He didn't, he knew he was we went down there in his Suburban that year, and we had the trailer behind us with awards and packed up in it, and his SPL meters and his PA and everything like that. we're eating cheap lunches. It was just, we just did it because we loved it, or whatever. And back then I was working for somebody else when he first started this, and I made minimal amount of money, and this
Right.
was a kind of a, yeah, I made $100, but it was just, I went down there. It was Daytona Beach, and but the whole thing is we went there and with what we thought was a good thing, and tried to present our product
Right.
and everything like that. And so, you look back to even, don't look back, but you go forward to right now, and just, last year, no one was able to create a finals yet. Here comes Steve,
Right.
and he figures out a way. We held it at the most, oh wow, for what we've been holding finals or hosting, at the event location. We've had some really nice venues lately, and we were in, I think it was Cheatham County Fairgrounds. No power, no, barely had.
Fairgrounds.
Yeah, oh yeah, it was, yeah, and they turn the power there on once a year for the fair. Other than
Mhm.
that, there's no power. We generated charging the bat. It was, to me, when we did our finals this year, it just really felt like a little bit of old school Mecca.
Right.
It was
Absolutely.
just us again, and not that, not that we love doing the big giant finals. Don't get us wrong. It's a lot of fun to see all the faces and to have 100 cars show up for us to listen to and analyze and tell them how great they sound. Um, and but this was just us, and it was very informal.
Right.
I'm out there cleaning the bathrooms before the place because they were disgusting, and trying to sweep the underneath the pavilion and would use a blower, and everybody's laughing at me because I don't know how to use a blower. And so it was just, it felt real good. Saturday was awesome. It was a sunny day. Everybody spread out, had their own space out in the
Mm.
sunshine. The judges were mad at me because I was making them walk all, they'd have to judge a car on this side because we did kind of scheduled judging a little bit. And, they're like, oh, well, that car's parked on that side of the field, and that one's parked on that side of the field. So, yeah, it's a nice sunny day. It'll feel good to walk, between there, give you a moment or whatever to, enjoy the fresh air. And so, it was a nice spaced out day. Well, here comes Sunday, and some comes over to me. I think it was Ron Baker, and he goes, "Man, the rain's coming, right?" And I was like, really?" And because it was clear that morning, and
Right.
so I went into RV and checked it out, fired up the generator because there's no power, and got on my iPad for a minute. Sure enough, looked at the weather. About an hour and a half, weather was coming. So I'm like, I go and gather the judges real fast, and I'm like, I'm not gonna, obviously you're in a car. I'm not gonna have it move, but I've got to move all the cars up underneath the pavilion.
Right.
And so all these people already had their little generators and buddies, and everybody set up where they were spread out and feeling comfortable and everything. And then all of a sudden, I'm asking everybody to get real close, and which we weren't supposed to do, and because it was a tiny little pavilion, and everybody got under there, and they're coming to me and going, hey, how do I get power or whatever? And I told a few people, well, that guy over there, he's got a generator or whatever. And finally, just so many people were coming, I was like, make a buddy, make a friend, figure it out. You guys will. And they did. And it was wonderful. I stood back there, because I'm going into the trailer and, adding things up and coming back out. And, I'm running the event. And then on Sunday, I did SQ2 judging or whatever. So it was a very busy day, having to do all that. And, the judges are still busy. Everybody was doing a good job. And I just happened to be, it was kind of towards the, we're kind of getting winding down, and we laid all the trophies up on the stage, but we laid them down so they wouldn't blow over. We had that one year where all the trophies broke. And so, I'm picking them up and lining them up. Mandy's there, my wife, with me. She's helping me. And I turn around and I look out, and there's everybody up under this pavilion. It's raining. And they're just all hanging out
Mhm.
and talking and having a good time and everything. And I was like, that's it. That's what this is about right there. I thought that was awesome. It was just, everybody's getting along, everybody's happy. And, I think everybody had a good time. I know there's seriousness and everybody had to get judged and there was results and there's winners and there's losers and, we got to pick one or whatever. But, it was just, that was it. Everybody was there. Everybody was learning, and a lot of people were sitting in each other's cars, and it was just awesome. I was, I look back, Steve's almost in tears. He saw the same thing I did, and it was just really neat. And that's what MECA's done. We've just make it happen. We come, we work real hard. These judges work real hard. All the personnel works real hard. Steve works real hard. Everybody's trying to do a really good job, and I think we've got a great product. And we want to, as people tell us we're doing something wrong, or as people want us to, try to adjust or do things or whatever, we're here. We will listen to any credible idea, credible person. You show me something that makes sense, and I'll listen and I'll present it to Mr. Stern, or you present it directly to Mr. Stern. I mean, he talks to people all day long, or whatever, respectfully. Don't call up and yell at him and tell him he's not doing something right or this or that or whatever. Well, he's not gonna, just like anybody, won't really respond to that. But respectfully, submit, just like Matt did with me that day in his truck. He respectfully listened to everything I had to say, and then politely shared what his view was and what he thought. And sure enough, he sold it to me. He did it. And so it can happen, and it does happen. And so that's what makes, things get better. We get good people all over the place. I see names popping up here, and I know all of these guys, and all of these guys have gotten better since I've met them. Not because of me or anybody else, because they did the work.
Right.
They learned, they went and researched, they went and listened to a good car, asked that guy, what did you do? And most of them will tell you what they did. I mean, no one's keeping big secrets. It's not the old days of when we used to show up at the shows and, you wouldn't even know if I was in the parking lot. Yeah. I mean, my car
and like you said, these days we're all learning from each other. I mean, it's one of those things where some of these guys go down rabbit holes that, I've never done, and like you learning from Matt when he was still a competitor, and I think there's countless examples of that in this, and we all have room to grow, and I think, like you said, as long as we're talking to each other, adult to adult, as adults, it's like, the judge is not, I don't think you should treat anyone like this, but a lot of times the judges get treated like, they got your Burger King order wrong. And, and on the flip side, there's some judges who think they're much more important than they are. I'm
guilty of that at one point in my career of judging, thinking I'm somebody really special that I am, and people have humbled me. I'll tell you that for sure. That's right.
Well, and I think judge is such a terrible word. But there's
sure.
Right. Well, and there's so much of even coach involved. It's like, I would say during the year, 90% of the 90% of the year, especially for someone like you who's judging especially historically, judging every other week. At the same style events with the same people here, you're judging the same 12, 15 cars, maybe 10, 15 times in a year. And then, so during that time, you're really a coach. You're giving them feedback. You're helping evaluate their system. You're guiding it, which can be a double-edged sword if you then, are judging finals. But I think that's the part. And I think that's what got lost a little bit, not because of the event, but because of the year that we had in in that MECA was the only one that had finals, which, I mean, trust me, I tried for 4 months. I mean, this personally put hundreds of hours into trying to figure out finals. And again, I'll give Steve tons of credit for pulling it off. The downside of that was the fact that a year of essentially no events, we had 2 or 3 decent sized events, that year, if that. And so you had judges who hadn't been judging consistently. You had competitors who hadn't been competing consistently. You had a lot of people going in without a lot of practice, without a lot of recent, practice.
Yeah, from both sides.
Right. And all of that creates something explosive, potentially explosive and unusual. The people who are the people who are satisfied with the outcome are going to be more ecstatic than normal, and the people who are not are going to be more passionate and emotional about that. Right.
Yeah, the tough part of the business is we got to pick a winner and we got to pick a loser. I mean, unfortunately, somebody's going to win, somebody's not. It's the way it is, and so
right.
we're human beings. We're doing the best we can. We think it's a really good format, so we want it. We think we've got a good product. Yes, exactly, and doing the best we can with it.
It is what it is. But okay, so I'm going to hit some of these, so we're not here all night. I know we've all had a long day, and I apologize for the time, but so we know that this training that we have coming up in March, that you're doing the following week and I announced earlier today, and I talked to Vinny and a couple other people, but during the event at Lone Star, we're going to be kind of adding on the component of the meet and tweak, like what we did in Knoxville, just kind of a condensed format. We're going to have a few people in place on Friday before the event, and to kind of be there, especially for the people who are way new or just kind of need a helping ear to evaluate before the event. And then especially my primary focus for this is on Sunday, because obviously there's going to be people, half the people will not be competing in the money round on Sunday, which means half the people will be there on Sunday with less to do. So and probably most of those people have questions for I Ask a MECA and Emma as to what they can do to come back better next time. So that's our goal, is to really be able to hit that on Sunday, and kind of make it a dual event going on at that point, where we have the meet and tweak on Sunday combined with the money round going on. So there should be something for everybody throughout the entire weekend, no matter who you are. And thank you for Vinny for stepping up to help on that, and a couple others as well. So anyway, so one of the first questions that came up is, how many judge training events do you see being offered this year? My answer to that is we'll find out where we're at next month and go from there. But do you have anything on the books right now, or are you kind of also in that next step?
Right now we do not have any other locations set up. Usually this is once a year, and then Steve has carried on. He'll go out, and years ago he used to go out on the road a whole lot, and he would hold a training whenever he was going to expand it into a new territory or something like that, or start to set up a new event director in a territory. So this is brand new to us. It's just an idea, that I was kind of kicking around late last year. I talked to some of the fellas about it a little bit at finals, and so I don't have anything formally right now set up. I was gonna, once we got this one done, if it went hopefully well, then that was the plan, was to get retailers involved and find some folks that would be willing to do it. I was thinking by this time the Corona thing would be winding down. I didn't realize, I didn't do the math very well in my head, thinking, it's going to take this long. It's going to take a year before we have a solution. And how long is it going to take to get to all the people? Well, there's a few of us out there.
I don't think we can play that game anymore. We don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know who's going to be receptive to it. That's why I was really excited that Rob did,
Yeah.
want to do this. And so, and there's enough room in there. We should be okay, and everything. So, respect each other. If you don't feel good, obviously, please don't come.
Yeah.
And so, we just want to, get out there and try to get this. One thing I didn't share with you, I'm sorry, is this is just a quick little thing. So the one thing I said, I thought, I said, oh, I think we need to do a little bit better definition of what the songs we use,
Mm,
defining what we're looking for in the songs.
mhm.
And Steve goes, "Oh, we already have that." And I go, "We do?" And he goes, "Yeah, it's on our website." I'm like, "Oh, wow, okay." One of the things I really didn't really pay attention to. I go on there and I read it and I went, "Oh, well, that didn't really say much about the song at all, other than it's like me and you talking, and I told you a little bit about the song, and you go, "Oh, yeah, that might be a fun song to listen to."
You kinda
But
listen
there's
to the
really
drum in the
nothing.
back, and it kinda gets
Yeah,
exciting
exactly.
here,
It's
and
gonna, yeah,
the
yeah,
the
yeah,
female vocal, she totally sounds like a female, so as long as she sounds
yeah.
like a female.
Right, right. So it's just it really did not, describe
Mhm,
it all. And I thought, I started breaking one song down that I love using when I
mhm,
compete. It's the little orchestra song that we got, and so on the Mecha disc. And so I've talked to Richard and Linda in depth about it,
mhm.
and everything. And so we're working on trying to really break down that track really well, and
I
so
hea I
create a.
heard I heard there was about a 4-hour conversation on that, I think. Is it?
Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly. But, no, no, it was good. It was good. We
Yeah,
talked about
yeah. No,
many,
I'm
many
just saying
things. Yeah, no,
you
exactly. Right.
went in and broke it down in depth to every bit and
Mhm.
piece, and as we all know, if you know Richard and Linda, that will be detailed, and there will not be a piece missed. So I'm looking forward, and I
That's
believe
right.
on this
Mhm.
one, Richard and Linda are planning to also plan to like do what we're doing with like a virtual call in as well on that portion, right? Is that the
I
plan?
guess so. Yeah, that maybe I
Okay,
didn't get into that with Richard or whatever,
okay,
so you may have communicated
okay.
that with him. But yeah, I'm all for whatever they want to share. I mean, we're all going to learn. So, um, as I did that day during the 4-hour conversation. So Linda did most of the speaking. I just listened. And so, we're that's another level we're starting to do. When you think back and when I competed back years ago with the IASC organization, one thing that CD did is it gave you a little introduction as to what things they were looking for there, and
Right,
then you got a little snippet of a song.
right.
We're a little more complex than that because
Mhm,
we don't do the compression of just, oh, we're going to listen to this little bit and then score the part of the score sheet with that. We're actually, um, yeah, Richard's right. And so, we are much more complex and we listen to quite a bit of songs and blend them in or whatever, and the judges have a little bit of discretion. Actually, they have full discretion as long as they're pretty much using all of our songs that we say we're allowed to use. So we could show up at a show and surprise, we're listening to this song. But if once again, if the system's really sounding good, then it's going to sound good over all that stuff. So doesn't really matter. But that does make it more complex, even from us as judges, and also from the competitors or whatever. So it is definitely, I think, one of the most challenging organizations. But anyway, yeah, the IASCA does do that little bit, and then so I wanted to do that too. I wanted to
mhm,
give um, a good definition of what all the songs are potentially. We're going to start with the ones we're going to use because we're only going to use 5 songs at the training, and we're going to try to have
mhm,
really good definitions of those songs.
mhm,
Um, and so that's the beginning of this
mhm.
direction, kind of.
Yep. And like we talked, you and I have talked about too. I mean, it's one of those things where if over time, especially with like the events that we have scheduled right now, if we can add some of these components to those
Mhm.
events, where we already have everybody there, and again, maybe we can play with doing this at the Lone Star event at the end of March,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
kind of see how that goes, and then go from there. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, hey, we tried. Um,
Mhm.
but it's one of those things where wherever I think we can all work together
Mhm.
to do it, obviously the better it is. Moving on to another question, I can probably answer this one kind of for you, only because I've been there in this part probably more than you have. But someone's asking if there's a possibility for an SQ finals on the West Coast. And I will tell you, having satellite finals and sound quality between West Coast and the primary event, and then trying to merge those things together, both as a competitor and judge and event organizer, is nearly impossible to pull off properly.
Well, right. We already have something in place. Steve started this, year one or whatever. He calls it his state finals. And so
Right.
we have territory finals already. And I think Richard's kind of compressed that into California and Nevada. He's pretty much doing a West Coast finals or whatever. So that is the best of the best already out there on the West Coast, and they already get recognized for that as state champions or territorial champions. However, they've been
as far as calling it world finals, though,
it's probably world finals or national finals, whatever you're called. That's going to be one venue, one location. It's sound quality. We need to be there. I mean, the meters from the SPL side, if they've gotten to the point where they're that accurate, where everybody trusts that they're getting a fair shake between the machines, that's awesome.
Even then, I would say there's those who would argue that it isn't. So I'm not arguing one way or another.
155 one and the other guy hits 155 two. I mean, ooh. Right. I mean, at one side or another, 110
about elevation, temperature, barometric pressure.
Exactly. I'm with you on that one.
No matter how you cut this, and you can't tell me.
What do we do if there's a tie on both coasts?
Right.
Whatever. Okay, both of them scored 89. I mean, what do we do then? Yeah.
And then we're Aaron Hardis and doing audio on YouTube, and we don't want to do that. I'm just kidding. Sorry, Aaron. I had to. Okay. Larry Ing asked, how do you? He actually has a little multiple point question to this, but the format that I use for people to ask questions kind of cuts it down, and I'm sorry for that, guys. That wasn't intentional. I kind of picked this out of a hat to try to give an audience. So if you have longer questions, we'll probably end up doing this again, because I doubt we'll hit everything tonight, but I'm going to try to hit the high points. Larry asked, how do you overcome the notion that we seem to see the same judges at finals every year? Think on that before you answer it.
Oh, no, I've got a great, I understand exactly how to answer that. In any organization or any company, when you go to do a job or a task or whatever you're going to do, you want to bring potentially what is, proven to be credible, knowledgeable people with you. So, I own my own small business, and I know the talent of each of my employees. And when we're going to do a certain thing or solve a certain problem or whatever, I know who to bring with me and, to get the job done. So when we're looking for people to help at finals, and, I go to who, me and Steve discuss it usually in depth. And it's his final decision. He owns and runs the organization. We're just colleagues of his, employees, if you want to call it that. And so he's with me and Richard and Linda. We're all Matt included, all the key people in the thing, discuss who is the best to bring. And so that's what we've done. I mean, there isn't anybody else that I know personally that understands that. And I'm saying this personally, everybody knows different levels and people and everything like that, that I know personally, that knows and understands how speakers work than Matt. And so, he understands things very well. He's very good with explaining things and everything like that. So, he's a great asset to the team. I mean, just phenomenal. So, that's number one. When I think of people that I've worked with as credible and as far as judges go, He's one of the top people ever in working with. And there's, people that we've worked with in the past that come and go or whatever. John Vrooman's one name that pops in my head. Chris isn't with us anymore. Um, there's just, I look out and I see potentially all of these phenomenal judges and people who
Mhm.
could analyze systems and give us real feedback on these sound systems, and they're all competing.
Mhm.
So I don't know how to do that. So when we go out and we're looking for this judge pool, most of the time it's folks who have competed with us in the organization because they already know the that side of things. They already understand what we're looking for, and things. And those usually are the folks that make some of the best judges. One, they tune the cars and know how to make them sound phenomenal themselves, so they get it. Most of the time, they were the fabricators of their own systems, so
Mhm.
they understand that as well. So there isn't really anybody else. That makes the best judge. There's all kinds of folks. I shouldn't say that or whatever. Steve brought in some studio people one time, and had them judge with us. I mean, these are people who make the music. I mean,
Mhm.
they're in there listening and mixing the singers, the instruments, and everything. I mean, they really know how good sounds. And because he's in that industry, Steve is a little bit. He makes music and mixes music and plays live venues and does all that. So he has friends that really would be phenomenal. I mean, like Brian Gill, he's in that industry, and everything like that. Brian Gill is going to make a phenomenal sound quality judge when he decides not to compete anymore, if he wants to. And so,
He's
what
got a
we
year and a half
noticed
to
was,
make the decision. No, I mean, not that I know that specifically. I'm just saying about a year and a half.
about a year
His
and a half.
contract
Okay,
lines
good.
up. So I'm just kidding.
That's right. That's right. So, what we found is they struggled figuring out writing a number. They didn't understand how to judge something that was poor sounding
Right,
because
and that's
they want
hard.
to
That's the
fix it.
harder part.
They
I mean,
want to fix it.
right,
It's
right,
their That's what they do. They
right.
fix things. They make it sound right. They place them. They do the magic. So people that really understood, I mean, really well how this works that we're doing, because basically we're reproducing what they did in
Mhm.
that room when they mix that music. We're taking it and reproducing it and making the sound in our cars out of it or whatever. And they could tell us all the problems it had phenomenally,
Mhm.
but they struggled with writing numbers,
Right.
and they just didn't know how to come up with a number to, it wasn't how their brain worked.
Mhm.
So it is really logical to use somebody that understands this well. And usually the competitors, if they've done it long enough, really start to understand it well. And so it's real good for and easy for them to become judges. And that's what we've noticed just from my experience of seeing this the whole time.
Right.
Those are the ones that have really proven to be the best judges. So the people that, came through, became successful as competitors in the format, understand the format, they just become, you know, great judges. That's just, or potentially should become great judges. And most of them have. It's just the problem is we can't, get them to stay sometimes, or they don't do this hobby anymore. They go and start, surfing, or they might do, um, motocross, or who knows what. They go find another hobby. So they do this for a little while and they move on, and that's it. And so,
Well,
um,
it's difficult unless you're having a lot of events, which we aren't probably going to. I mean a lot where
mhm,
somebody is regularly going to be able to have 15, 20 events a year under their belt before finals every
mhm,
year,
right,
and then multiply that by 6, 8, 12 people to be able to
mhm,
rotate that stack. I mean, you're talking
mhm,
hundreds of shows required to make it to where these people have real world experience to get to that level.
Mm-hmm.
And then all those people basically, volunteer their time to learn in that
Mm-hmm.
with relatively little payoff when it comes
Mm-hmm.
to the business side. And I mean,
Mm-hmm.
when you have 150, competitors in the nation as your
Mm-hmm.
base, you're not going to
Mm-hmm.
find 120 judges to counter that. It's
Right. Yeah.
it's a numbers
Yeah.
game at that point. It's
Mm-hmm.
very difficult to get to the point
Right.
where you can have qualified people. I mean, we could throw people in cars, but that's not what we need either. I mean, if
Right.
you take away that, you know, if you take away all possible repetition or bias from somebody, what you end up with, in
Mm-hmm.
my opinion, and with some details to back it up, is incompetence. Because the more
Mm-hmm.
somebody is competent, the more they're going to have some bias, because in terms of what they like, I'm not saying in terms of a brand or manufacturer or this or that, but they're going to know what they
Mm-hmm.
want to hear in a car when they get into it. They're
Mm-hmm.
going to have those things down. That's kind of what we're having a judge do, is, you
Mm-hmm.
know, is give a reflection based on their experience.
Mm-hmm.
And over time, you're not going to help but know people, you're not going to help but be involved with
Mm-hmm.
things, you're not going to, all those things. So
Mm-hmm.
it gets very difficult to say, well, I want competent people who have as little, industry or personnel bias as possible, which I think MECA has done good at,
Mm-hmm.
but then also not see those judges repeatedly every year is starts to be an impossible task.
Right. Well, I think you say that, and it's funny, that they're saying that about us or whatever. It's whenever I go to these large events where all the vendors or all the organizations are represented, and I see the same faces in the back room, in the
Mhm.
judges room. It's the same faces. You're there.
Right.
Mr. Smith's there. Jeff.
Yeah.
He's typically there. Keith is there. Um,
Oh yeah,
the gentleman
it's
who
not. It's
now
not.
owns Iasca is there.
Right. It's
From
not.
from the other
It's not limited
organizations,
to
it's
MECA. It's not. It's
no,
not
it's all of
limited.
them.
It's an
Right,
issue with
right.
sound quality.
So
Period. Because, I mean, I've used people,
mhm.
like Jeff or Tom is a good example, or others that
Yeah, Tom
I've
is
used in every
phenomenal.
single
Hmm.
organization. Though, I mean, it's like, oh, I need you to do Iasca this week. Oh, I need you to do MECA next week. I mean, that's kind of been my solution to make it to where, if I've got two shows back to back, I really don't want to put the same judge into those cars a week apart, And so if I can
Right.
swap the judges around and use a different
Hmm.
score sheet, that's kind of my trick with it. You can't really do
Yeah.
that, but that's where I
Hmm.
kind of am able to twist things a little bit, is to kind of cross pollinate the judges a little bit from, okay,
Yeah.
here you're an experienced judge in this, let's learn you
Hmm.
this and
Uh-huh.
swap and go.
Uh-huh.
Um, but yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's a difficult task. Okay,
It
let's keep
is.
where we kind of get through some of these before.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Hmm.
No, you're fine. I just want to make sure. I mean, I think that one I get. And again,
Hmm.
everybody, if we don't hit something in detail enough for you, hit us up.
Yes, we're
Uh,
yeah.
and
Doors open for
right,
judges.
we'll discuss.
Please reach out. Reach out to Mr. Stern. Reach out to myself, Richard or Linda, if you're on that side. You have to kind of a little bit inject yourself
Right.
into us if you want to be part of the team or whatever. We're not a company that's very aggressive at going after new people, where we kind of do this thing like we're about to do, here March 20th or whatever. I look back at all the people that have come and gone through those,
Mhm.
you know, and look at the finals judges that we've had, or the big key event judges, or whatever like that. I couldn't tell you, other than they have come through it,
Right.
but they injected themselves to come and do that or whatever. We haven't picked anybody who's come through that and said, desperately that we needed them to stay with us and keep judging or whatever. They had to put in the work. They had to keep asking us to be involved and wanting to be involved. So it's a two-way street. I mean, we want good help and we would love to have more personnel. But just out of the blue, am I going to call somebody just and say we're going to have you come and judge finals, and I have no idea at all what they're going to do? No, we're
Right.
not going to do that.
That,
We're
that,
going to
yeah.
use somebody we know is
Right.
going to how they're going to treat the customer, how they're going to evaluate the system based on what we're asking you and what we think is the correct evaluation based on what we've written
Right.
and come up with. So we need somebody that's an experienced, proven person
Yeah.
with us and with our format to judge finals. And like I said, we're happy. I see tons of them. I got lots of faces and lots of
Right.
names who I know are going to would be phenomenal at it. In 1 year, maybe we just do a crapshoot, and I'm sure I don't know what would happen if we did it.
Don't
And
do
we
that.
just said,
Yeah.
okay, don't do that. Okay.
Next.
That's right.
No, I mean, and two, I mean, I think if you're somebody who feels that you are on that, but you're scared to get, on the higher level, there are, and Tom, I think, brought up earlier that, a lot of the local level events, especially where you have, event directors that may be, and I mean, this is what started Escology in the first place, was the fact that, in certain areas, it's primarily SPL event directors because that's what they make money at, and SQ is kind of thrown in there because it's part of the format. It's not, it's not necessarily a focus by somebody that is necessarily competent. And it's very likely that if you are involved in this and you know good sound and you go through the program and Vinny and others are able to sit in the car with you, like at the event that you're having in March, and they go, man, with a little practice you could get this down. Then let's get them lined up with some of these event directors that need help in the SQ side, where they're going to be a step up. And then over time, you may have to volunteer your services a little bit. You may have to get there. You may have to, it's not going to be, and that's the downside, is that to get that barrier of entry, it's an apprenticeship. It's not a, it's not a job. You have to kind of put yourself in there. But if you can do that and go, then, you're going to be able to get to the level of finals level. And a lot of the competent people on the competitor side right now are competing. They don't want to, and crossing those levels between competing and judging gets difficult until at that point where they decide, like me, it was quick. It was pretty much, I competed a week, and then Brad Eubank said, hey, we need you to judge. And the next week I was judging, it was, and your path was kind of similar, and when I started judging, I never really went to judges. There was no judges training then. It was, it's pretty much let's jump in the car and I'll teach you. And I think that's how a lot of them came through, and a lot of people who might be very good at evaluating. I mean, Aaron, actually, I was just starting this. I just saw Aaron's
Aaron is a phenomenal.
Oh, he's a phenomenal listener. I mean, Aaron Hardison, but he just said pretty sure that some people wouldn't want me back in their cars again.
Oh no, he doesn't mean it.
No, but you know what I mean. It's one. There are really people that are really good at feedback and know sound and everything else, but but don't have that experience on the judging side to really kind of go through that, or maybe don't even have the patience to. So anyway,
that's interesting. I'll touch on that in just a second, and then we'll move on to the next one here. I do want to say that. So it's one thing to do a show or go to a show. You're the sound quality judge, and 10 cars show up. And you basically, judging, you come in, whatever, judging starts at 10. And, the SPL over there, you look over there and he's got 55 cars, 60 cars or whatever. So they're going to be there a while. So you've got all day kind of to judge 10 cars.
Right.
So, gently go through them, discuss things with them, it's a relaxed event. Okay. And from me being asked to do it, from my experience or whatever, judge 10 cars in a day. Oh, goodness. That's nothing. Right. It's just like me going out and saying for my job or whatever, I'm going to, lady goes, oh, I want to buy a TV and put a little, Sonos sound bar under it or whatever. Well, we're not going to be there very long at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's my task today. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do that. Well, then, you go to a job or whatever, and it's like, oh, yeah, we're putting in a new display. We're putting in a full surround sound system. Oh, yeah. And my house is plastered like the one you live in.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm putting in wall speakers. Oh, boy.
Yep.
Totally different challenge.
Yep.
So, sound quality judging, you are asking not just the judges to be competent and do this. This is a long, hard day to keep focused and be able
Oh,
to
yeah.
do this. We're judging 20 plus cars a day, and these guys are good. These aren't
Right.
crappy cars where it's real easy to pick the winner and loser. These things are so close that
Right.
it's really difficult for us to decide and to pick. Okay, is that an 825? Is that an 8? I mean, we got to think back. What did we just score the last car that sounds almost just like this, but maybe this is just a little bit better? I
Right.
mean, there's a whole, it's stressful.
Yep.
And then, at some point, you guys want to go home, and so
Right.
do I.
Yep.
So I got to get done. And so, there's just this, it's time, it's the amount of customers that we've got to get to, amount of competitors that we've got to do it. It's not real easy. We have a lot of people that come to these trainings, and Saturday we go over the whole thing, and Sunday we put them in the cars, and
Right.
they're there all day, and they get 3 cars done.
Right.
Well, we had 12 enter the show,
Right.
so they didn't get to 9 of them.
Right.
And
Right.
so
That's a tough task.
it's not just we have people say they want to do it and they can't do it,
Right. And
or
I think
whatever. So
over time,
it's
it would
that
get there,
too.
but yeah, it's
Hmm.
practice.
Just I wasn't saying, I was just saying,
Right.
it's any job that you do, just like
Right.
anybody is. One day I tried to, I was asked to, I tried doing yard, like lawn maintenance or whatever, and they handed me this and this was when I was a teenager. They handed me this real heavy weed whacker and said, "Okay, whole loop." And because they had the whole neighborhood, it was like a retirement community, and they went whole loop, and I went, "What do you mean whole loop?" It was like, "Yeah, weed eat every house." And you keep going. And when you get done with this loop, you come back and have lunch. Well, when I came back after that loop, I couldn't pick up my arms. The weed eater was that
Right.
heavy. It was like my
Right.
arms wouldn't even come up. I was just, holding
Right.
that weed eater right there or whatever. Well, I was supposed to come tomorrow and work. That was the
Right.
first day. And so the next morning, I couldn't pick up my arms. How was I going to go do this job? I couldn't do it.
Right.
So, there is people that just can't do it. So it's not an easy thing to do. And
No, I get it.
you are criticized a whole lot for doing this.
Right.
So it's also that side
Yeah.
too. So anyway, just
It's
giving
a
you a
thing.
little bit of
Yeah, it's a
whatnot.
thankless
So
job.
there you go.
And
Yeah.
earlier, Steve Wagner had mentioned that we need more top guys in the hobby to get involved, and I agree.
Hmm.
He nominated several, and I have an answer for I think most of these. Steve
Hmm.
Head, yes, Steve Head did judge IASCA finals a couple of years ago.
Hmm.
The only issue with Steve Head for at least the majority of my events is the ones that he can make it to, or that he's
Hmm.
able to travel to. He's competing in.
I'd love to
So
have
there's
Mr.
that here.
Head be with us as long
Absolutely.
as he doesn't have a team of cars that he's tuning
Right.
and doing.
Uh,
Yeah.
exactly, and that's that's Steve's in a lot of vehicles, so as long as he doesn't have
Hmm.
conflicts of interest. Aaron
Right.
Hardison, again, I agree. Have used Aaron Hardison. He doesn't think he was
Aaron,
great, but I would love to get him to have more
Aaron
practice.
will be, yeah, yeah,
Mike
Aaron would be
Myers,
great.
which I've already, I think
Oh,
Vinny
yeah.
and I have both already talked to Mike. Of course, Mike is busy competing right now, so
Yeah.
he tuned several cars. But
Hmm.
as soon as whenever in the next decade when he gets tired of that, then we'll pick him up.
Hmm.
Scott
Hmm.
Welch is judge. We've all used Scott Welch
Scott
for
Welch, I used Scott Welch at the Vinny before. Scott
right,
is phenomenal, but
and
still supporting cars that I know of and doing some things. Yep.
he will be judging in the money round event at Lone Star.
Be
So we are using.
phenomenal. Yep. Hmm.
Ron Baker, again, Ron Baker's still competing. But as
Yep.
soon as Ron Baker, if we can use him at local events where he's, we
Hmm.
can give him judges points instead of competing, I don't think he has any other real conflicts. So if we can get Ron in the car, I'm more than happy to use
Yeah.
Ron.
Ron's got a very fun, he's just fun. I think he loves this sport, and
Yeah,
I've seen him as long as I've been doing this. Yeah, I think Ron would be a very good asset. So, like to see and work with Ron, and if he wants to do this, then we need to, if he's ready and all that. So I know right now he's got that new fun car that sounds real good. So,
Yeah, and he's got a lot of potential in competing still right now.
I
But
think, yeah.
the door of these guys is open, and
It
I think
is, yeah.
it's a repeated
Mhm,
thing we've said here several times here, but it's one of those things
mhm,
where reach out to an event director, reach out to MECA. I ask again,
mhm,
even if you don't get an answer there,
mhm,
talk to me. Talk to again, get with event directors that need judges, and
mhm.
we'll find and figure something out. All right,
Yeah, I
let's
don't know
move
if
on.
Aaron's coming, for the thing at Rob's. That would be great. I don't know if he's got his car together. He would be another car. That last
Yes,
time I checked, yeah, that would be a great advanced car to be there. That last time I checked, he had big speakers up high. So
he
yeah,
doesn't
that would
have
be.
that car. He doesn't have that car anymore, but he
Oh,
does have a built car that's solid.
hmm.
Um, all right, let's get on here a little bit. And this is kind of a repeated question, I think, but there are a few people asking about moving cars up after they win consecutively in a class. Uh,
Hmm. Um,
my my answer to that on the mecha side is the fact that it's based on the vehicle structure, and if the vehicle structure didn't change, then if it meets the rules, then what are you going to do? I mean,
yeah, it's
uh,
legal in the class. It's legal in the class. I don't know where it,
then it's just
moving it up would matter. I mean, let's modified car wins its class, but yet also wins the cup. Well, then it beat the Mod X car and the
right.
Extreme car too. So moving him up a class, is that really solution to
Right.
something? I don't know where that is because
And
we've
I
had,
think it's some,
yeah.
in some other orgs it makes sense because there's enough,
Mhm.
like middle
Yeah,
ground
they
there.
may
But I
be
think
based on complexity of the person. I'm not sure what
right.
their
But
format is. Yeah.
again in Mecca, I think it really doesn't make sense. And I guess my
Hmm.
answer from a competition side of that is build a better car.
Maybe,
If
whatever. Or why is it winning? I don't, I do
right,
know,
right.
but I mean,
Find
as
out what's
far
good.
as that, but yeah, whoever's not
It's like
beating
anything.
it needs to learn.
If somebody is performing better
Mhm,
than you consistently,
mhm,
or time over
yeah,
time, maybe find out what's happening
mhm,
there, and maybe you end up doing some copying. I mean, at the end of the day, and I've said this, it may sound, I don't know, cynical, but there's competition of any type is multifaceted. Anything in
yeah.
life.
Why did Jimmy Johnson in NASCAR win as many championships as he did, and why did that organization that he drives for, Rick Hendrick? They were just the whole organization was, successful for a very very long time. Now they're
And a lot of
not.
those people, right?
But
But a lot
actually,
of
I
those
think they
people
won
are
the cup again this year. But yeah,
all those people are
yeah,
the ones
that's
that find the edges,
yeah,
and push the
hmm,
boundaries and go as far as they possibly can until they're told to pull back.
hmm,
But
right,
at that
hmm,
level, it it doesn't. You can think that yours is this and another is that,
hmm,
and maybe
yeah,
whatever the guiding light in whatever organization it is,
right,
and then that vehicle, those vehicles, that vehicle, whatever are winning repeatedly. And I
right.
mean, Steve Wagner threw out. Let's be honest, we're talking about one car, and we're talking about the Acura.
Yeah. So let's talk about that for just a second. I'll touch on it, and
Okay.
maybe they'll buy what I'm saying. Maybe they'll say I'm selling them something full of crap. So what's unique about that car is, if you think about it, the foundation's been good from day one. I mean, Kirk put in that foundation or whatever, and it's been very close to that same foundation for a very long time. So all that's really been done over the last several years is just minor tweaks, and you see so many people tear it all apart and start over. And
Mhm.
that thing has been really really good for a long time, and all they've done is done small manipulations. The
Mhm.
foundation is there, the enclosures are phenomenal. The
Mm.
baffles, all the things, what Kirk did. I believe Steve Cook's built some stuff in it or whatever. Rob's done a little bit of modifications to it here and there, whatever. But the whole thing is it's a great foundation. So now we've just been having to massage it, make it a little bit better. We put in maybe a little better process or whatever. I don't know. I'm just sharing, things. But when you have something like that, you're not having to swing at it real hard to make it better. We're just making it a little better. It's already real, real good. So, to say we're tweaking
Mm.
it a little more, there's 3 tuners on that car. They're all good. And the next thing that car does that's unique, that is very difficult for others we have found to achieve, and this is where going to our training here very shortly, I think will help you understand, because we're going to make you listen to the tracks and play the tracks the way we think they ought to be listened to. And I think they're going to learn from that. And so they may experience that difference when they get to a car like that, and you
Mm.
hear the separations. Even though it's really small, it's a difference, and
Mm.
it's the right difference. So the one really awesome thing that car does, and has for a very long time, and most always does, not that it's always done it, because Kirk's, when he had it, he made a few little swings here and there and it didn't go in the right direction, um, but he learned from them and didn't go that way anymore. And so, from a medium to high level volume, its mid bass and sub bass is in time and rhythm and accurate, pretty much from that volume to high linearity volume. You can push it from there to high. So a lot of vehicles from mid to high linearity volume do very, very well. They are very stable. They are in rhythm. You can enjoy. It's in beat. It's, right there. All of what's going on in the song right then. And then you turn it up a little bit more. And now you're listening for that next level of volume or linearity or whatever, that you're at, because we do evaluate at high volumes. And because the music is there, when you go listen to that music in that environment, it's loud. Kevmo live is loud. He's a lot of fun. I've been to see him. And so, experiencing or trying to get the sound system to give you that experience, which we don't do for a very long period of time because it makes our ears start to close up. We got
Mm.
25 other cars we got to listen to that day. It stays intact 100% in the mid bass and the low frequency. It's still got the same beat. It's still got the same rhythm. It's there. It's defining it just like it did at mid to high linearity volume, even at high volume.
Mm.
Other vehicles that we listen to, talked in depth with Mike Myers many a times, as to that car is phenomenal. He has the textures like you wouldn't believe in the mid range and high frequency. He's getting really good at tuning in that mid bass, but that lower end just doesn't seem to always be super detailed and clear and all that. And this last year or two, he has just really started to shine. And
Mm.
that's where he started to focus. He's like, I've got all of the rest of this in
Mm.
place. I'm not messing with that anymore. I know how to do that. I'm really, really good at that now. I believe he believes that.
Mm.
And now he's just starting to work at the bottom of the foundation, those lower bands down there, and he's getting it. And that's
Mm.
something Kirk's had for quite some time. And that is the struggle that 90+% of the cars, if you look on all of the score sheets that you have read and our little comments,
Mm.
there's always something there. So when you read our rules and it says what it takes to score an 8 or a 9, one of the things to get there is that high volume linearity test.
Right.
So if that car is scoring an 8.75 or a 9 right out of the gate on the first 2 parts of the score sheet, and every other car that competed there, all 60 of them that competed at finals, are starting out with a 7 or an 8, They're
Mm-hmm.
already 2 points down.
Mm-hmm.
So from there on down,
Mm-hmm.
that's what's happening. So they're all behind right then and there. That's the black and white of it, 100%. That vehicle does that, and that foundation has been in that car for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
That has done that. That same base enclosure or whatever he's got in the back has been there. He's been using that for quite some time. Whatever he's using in the door mid base wise has been in there for quite some time. So he's not having to fix that. That's not broken. He's just
Mm-hmm.
tweaking and shining on little things here and there. And that's where vehicles, when they've been together for a long time, they're hard to beat, you know? I mean, it's not,
Well, no, it's something that we've talked about repeatedly
yeah,
here as
I mean,
well. In
right.
that, I mean, not today, but I mean, like over the past few years, is
Hmm.
that it's much easier over the same period of time, let's say 3 years, to iterate over time and just keep making those changes to where, you know, over time you're able to get these bigger swings up and up and up than it is to say, okay, I got to finals, I didn't get the score that I was expecting, tearing everything out, starting over. Now
Hmm.
you're just going back to square one again. You know,
Hmm.
if you can keep making those iterative changes, you know, it's you know, I would say Hondas and Toyotas, etc., have been
Hmm.
fairly accepted vehicles that they're good to use as platforms
Hmm.
for this. And some of this is that. I mean, some of this is some vehicles are more inclined to
Hmm.
work well as well. When you find
Yeah.
that scenario where you're able to match the audio system with the car, get everything working and not just sounding good, but everything being like what you're talking about, everything being in phase, everything being dead, the car disappearing. It's that
Hmm.
stuff that takes everything up to that high level world champion class. And this
Hmm.
is not, you know, when again, this is competition. Yeah, you know, it's
It is, yeah.
if one guy
Mhm.
and with the Mecha setup, and again, I get what people are saying about moving up because again, other organizations do that and that works within their structure
Right.
and whatever. But when you're
Hmm.
already where the car belongs, I mean, one of the biggest, I guess it's pointing out a compromise in the system in that one of Mecha's biggest strengths comparatively to other organizations, and this is something that I mean we wrote into the rules, you know, like what we were talking about. It's what we
Hmm.
wrote in the original rule book in 2001 was
Hmm.
eliminating consumer pro, eliminating all those things and making it focused on
Hmm.
vehicle complexity,
Hmm.
and that,
Hmm.
you know, developed over time. But that's one of Mecha's biggest strengths that ends up with a compromise that means that you're not necessarily going to have that fallback if somebody is
Hmm.
really good in that class and always is and continues to compete for a long time. And
Hmm.
um, in that case, if that guy shows up and that car is that much more advanced, then either find out again, like what you're talking about, find out why it's doing that, and then work toward
Yeah.
doing better, or
Hmm.
accept your runner up.
Hmm.
Again, it's
Right. I'm
competition.
with you. I mean, there are so many vehicles that I've listened to that are so, I mean, it's just, I mean, I'm shocked that it's done what it's done,
Mm,
whatever. And that's the explanation that I can give you is when I start out, I'm writing down scores. You start out at the top of the sheet and go down. That's what we typically do. I put the notebook or whatever, the score sheets in the passenger seat, and I'm not writing anything down. I analyze and listen to the car, and sometimes do 2 laps. Listen to the songs over if I found a different position for my head or whatever like that. Um, and that's just something I hardly ever do, is write a real high number in that first category, because it's so rare that that low frequency is just there and holds definition all the way through. I mean, it doesn't. So I applaud the ones that do, and there's really, this year was a little limited because we didn't have full participation or whatever. But I know there's cars out there that can beat that car. Maybe that this year it wasn't in the class. It got beaten this year. It did not win the cup.
Right.
So it's beatable. It really is. And so, I know somebody's going to do it. It's going
Yep.
to happen. I mean, it's just going to get knocked off the fence. There's nothing, I promise you, there's no, you know, um, I don't just get in that car and say it's going to get that number or whatever. I actually analyze it. Listen, I judged it this year in 2-seat. It won again. The car sitting next to it was so close, but that was the separation. When I went up in high volume, Corwin's car didn't do it. It
Mhm.
didn't hold. The low frequency fell off. When I was in that medium to low, yeah, that low frequency was back there. There was that reverberation of, and it was in time with the music. It was just there. And then so when I turn it up, I don't know if it's the electronics can't keep control of the subwoofer. Is the enclosure a problem? Is it the driver that's a problem? I'm not sure which one it is, but
And I would say
my
there's
van does that. I can really love it between middle and upper volume, and then when I go on up there, it does not hold. But it is a work van, and it resonates, and it's not. I don't have it, you know, all really tight, and I don't have
and
crazy amount
I'll
of
say too. I
dampening.
mean,
Hmm.
no disrespect to Kirk on this, but
Hmm.
um, I think some things just came together in that car real well over time.
Hmm.
Because obviously same people, Kirk himself working on the Cadillac, he tried some new things on the Cadillac, and it's a different build, but it wasn't ever Acura version 2. You know what I mean? It has
Hmm.
its own
Yeah. I
strengths,
mean,
but
yeah. Oh, it's phenomenal. I think he did some. Hmm.
it's not that, it's still not the
Hmm.
Acura. There's something in that car. I mean, the first time I judged it,
Oh.
I was judging it on an IASCA score sheet.
Hmm.
It was
Hmm.
2013, I think.
Hmm.
The year I think I judged Aaron's car that year too. I made him really happy. He really liked my score. He
Well,
did.
I hear you. I hear you. So just
But
to touch on that, and
yeah.
we may, as Mecca does start out on these road things, we may get into some stuff of how to do a foundation or how to do a speaker, what it needs to properly energize, and that's something we would, use Matt for, or some other folks, if Mr. Cook got involved. There's many fabricators out there that do a phenomenal job at building, enclosures and baffles and everything, and their theory behind that. But one thing I wanted to touch on is we started going out, and this was probably we haven't done it in the last few years, but we go out to Denver. There's an audio fest out there. And
Mhm.
what they do is they basically, there's a organization out there that rents the whole hotel basically for the weekend, or a portion, maybe the top, 8 or 10 stories or whatever of the hotel, and then several of the big rooms that are in the, meeting rooms and stuff in the main level of the hotel. And all of these amazing, it's a 2-channel event. It's
Mhm.
music, it's a 2-channel event, and it's home audio stuff or whatever. I mean, it's home audio stuff. Yeah. And so 2-channel listening or whatever. And so, it's speaker companies are there, the electronics companies are there, and everybody's there. And so we see and listen to some crazy, amazing sounding systems when we go out there. And so, but one of the things when we are there, if it's a particular speaker company or whatever, sometimes they'll have a skeleton of how that enclosure is built. And believe me, it is no, oh, let's build a box, sides, top, and bottom, and a baffle support down the middle. Oh, no, 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 no. There is enormous amounts of layering and strengthening and all this. So that thing is like crazy strong.
All right.
I mean, we're talking granite baffles on some of the in speaker, are mounted in granite. That's the baffle.
Mhm.
Well, if you've ever hit granite, it's one of the
Right.
most dead materials that you've
Mhm.
ever hit. You can't feel any hardly vibrations off of it.
Mhm.
Interesting enough, Matt Roberts used that in his top of his subwoofer box in his pickup truck. So when all those judges might lean their elbow or something on there to when they were judging, they would never feel any vibration or resonation because the woofer was right there in the middle of the vehicle. But he did a study and learned that and found that that was the material to use to just, you won't even do it. You can put your hand right on it. You'll never, ever feel anything. That woofer moves like you wouldn't believe if you've ever experienced the sound in that truck. And so these are things that's what makes control of when things start moving and energizing the speakers. There has to be rigidness there. If it's not, then it's going to start flexing and moving and fall apart. It's going to lack energy or resonate or create its own sound or whatever it's going to do. And that may be what's happening in some of these vehicles. So me saying that foundation has been there and all they're doing is little tweaks, well, that's, something he's not still having to work on. That's there. And so we, it's having something together for a long time. Sometimes it makes it easier and harder to beat or whatever. But, I looked at this and Mike Myers made a swing at it this year and he said, I'm getting rid of this car and I'm buying this car. I'm trying something new. Speakers are firing up. And I went, oh my God, what's he doing? And, sure enough, it was like we listened to it at your show down there in Georgia and it sounded good. It wasn't the old Mike car or whatever. And he kept swinging at it or whatever. And he figured it out. And so he's got that talent now. So, it's beatable. It's going to get beaten and somebody's going to knock it right off because all I've watched over these years is in amazement as to how far these people are taking these sound systems and how they, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're making amazing sound.
But
sorry to give you that long answer.
No. But I would say the answer to the actual original question. I mean, we sidstruck because Steve Wagner kind of called out what the root of it was. But I would say that there's not.
He's one of them that could potentially knock it off. He's a talented man right there. He's right there. He's sniffing all over it. He's beating all over it. What he did with Ron is amazing. He's coming. He's a threat.
But I mean, I think again, as far as and I might be speaking out of turn, but I think at least in any current or near future, I don't see that being a move in the rules to move people up after, because again, that's not how the MECA rule structure is set up. If everything works within the rules for that category that you're in, you roll. I mean, that's about it. I would say it's up to the competitor themselves to say, hey, we're going to step down and let somebody else, have a shot. But that's,
well, it's interesting you say that. And, we talk about recruiting and people we go after or whatever and whatnot. I always elbow Mr. Best and say, anytime, you're ready to be off that side of the fence and you're ready to be on this side of the fence. Let's go. I mean, he would be another great analyzer, a judge, whatever, and several members of his team. That's the problem when they got a big team like that and he's running, 5, 6, 7 cars or whatever, and he decides, to come on this side. Well, they can't, it's now a conflict of interest. Mm-hmm. So there's enormous amounts of people that would be so good at this on this side. It's just really hard to get them to let go of being on that side to come over to this side, and then just finding somebody that knows nothing about what we do and bring them in. Well, that's Steve Stern swung at that, like I said earlier, with the people that are in the studio stuff. They just they didn't.
Like Aaron just pointed out, 2 of our first questions, A, you get a new judge, and B, the Acura can't win anymore in that case. So there. Two questions taken care of. All we need to get is Rob Best to judge. And
there you go. And now he's got to tell all of his customers that he's built up or whatever and start building these cars. That sorry, folks. Yeah.
Well, what's he do then? He just move them all into the upper classes, and he can judge the lower classes. All right. Let's see here. We've gone that.
As y'all feel good about it, I do too.
Let's see here. I'm not going to hit every single question here, but again, we can get some of these offline if we need to, or find out more information on them if we need to. Some of them don't necessarily have enough context for us to cover, I think. one of the questions came back up. Why are vehicles in the lower classes limited in their scoring capability based solely on their classification? Many
I
of
think we
them
talked
have
about
beat
that earlier.
overclass. We've covered that. I'm just
Yeah, I'm
trying to
with you.
cover what we can.
Yeah, yeah. If
Uh,
anybody's got any specifics, please
right,
let me know, and I'll address them directly.
right. There's some other very specific questions that again need some context because we don't know the situation, so it's not something we can really cover, but we will. I guess just reach out to us or reach out to me if you want to stay anonymous, at least so we can figure out what's going on. But there's too many details there for us to be able to answer here. The MECA SQ judging CD has a page telling the judge what they should be listening for. You talked about that and talked that you're going to develop that. Separately, is there a reference vehicle the judges refer to and why?
There's no reference vehicle. That's the whole thing of why Steve takes us to the symphony and why Steve takes us to live music. That is the reference. We're trying to get the cars. And the reason why he used to take us to the studio is so you could experience that as well, to the recording studios. And we may get back there one day, and that may be a great thing for somebody to experience. He was trying to work that with when we were going out there to that tent. I don't know if anybody experienced the tent out there in the middle of nowhere in the country. There was a guy who had this giant army tent, and he was doing recordings out there. And the reason why he was doing them out there with this situation is because there was no reflections. And so we didn't have to treat the room or anything like that. It was just open, and he was able to record and make these amazing sounds because he didn't have to worry about treating a room. I mean, it just made this big, open, great sound. It just, that was the whole thing. So we were going out there, and we would do and make and lay track, and you could even take it and take that track, that you heard it being made right then and there. He would replay it in that room, and you could make a CD or make a cut or something like that. And so then we could take that and listen to it in a sound system in a car. So what did we just make? What did it sound like in the car? That's been Steve's thing from day one. We don't always absorb it. We didn't all see the big picture. In fact, over the last handful of years, have I actually grasped the whole picture that he's actually a genius of how he was asking us to do this. Because the reason why is because it's his love of music. He is a musician. I'm
Right.
not a musician. I used to play the trumpet a little bit in junior high and elementary school or whatever. I'm not, like Linda is played in the orchestra and stuff, and Richard. I'm not that person, but Steve he's loved music his whole life. And so he knows and believes, and that's what he's doing this for us to experience this and let us, try to coach us in the rules and coming up with these things and all this so we could get to that. But it's all about the real music. What does that guitar sound like? What does that set of drums sound like in that recording studio when they did that in that Sheffield? I mean, that is just, I can't imagine what that experience was like when that guy was doing those, making that track on those drums. That must have just been amazing. I know I couldn't have sat in there that whole time. I would be deaf now.
Yeah.
But it's just that's it.
Yeah.
That's the reference. That's
No, I get
as best we
But
can do to try to get that in our musical memory. That's why he wants us to go to the orchestra and do all this or whatever. Matt is the one that uses that drum track. I don't know enough about exactly what that should sound like. Steve W. from up there in the Northeast said he was a drummer. And so he probably knows as close as anybody else what that's supposed to sound like. And so, if he gets his vehicle to do that, then he's going to get, an amazing number from Matt, because that's one heavy thing that Matt uses, and is that drum track, so that's that's the reference.
But I think that for me, the answer is that there is no reference because there's no one reference. It's one of those things where you have to kind of take a compilation of all those things that you've heard
Right.
uniquely, especially in reproduction. Because even if a drummer is a good example. I've noticed tuners that are drummers tend to tune how they hear drums when their drumming more so than how drums might be mic'd or from the front.
I bet that's true. Yeah, because they're right, exactly. So
So, I
when
mean,
we went
if
out and
you
did these, so go ahead.
understand the compromises there, yeah, you can get
Hmm.
away with it. But
Right.
I've heard that multiple times where you'll have
Hmm.
somebody who is regular, like a lead singer who is usually in front of the drums, and they're usually then hearing it from behind them, versus the drummer who is then on the other side of the drums but in front of them, and they both
Hmm.
have a completely different viewpoint of what the drums should sound like, even in a live
Hmm.
situation. So
Hmm.
there's a lot of compromises there.
Hmm.
um
So right now we have, when you look, I think, from a judge pool's perspective right now, when you look at what we have is to going out to our customers to try to do a really good job. This year we were a little bit lean because of the thing. So we just ended up, with Mike and Matt and Grace, which did a great job. We were very pleased with the results and everything. And so, when we do the full event or whatever, Mike Flanagan, he plays the guitar and everything like that, and plays a little bit in bands and everything. So he knows what, music sounds like. He knows what instruments sound like. So those type of people do a great job. I was talking to Steve W up there in the Northeast, and he talked about James one time getting him and grabbing him and putting him in his car, and there was this one symphony track or something that he was using to judge, and the bass drum, the way it attacked, and the decay where you could hear how big the room was that they were in. He said, "Today your car is the only car that did this," and gave him a big, shook his hand and said, "Great job." I mean, that's that person, James knows and has that in his musical memory, what that's supposed to sound like. And that's somebody who you have to have that as a judge. You have to know really what that potentially can sound like, because James is supposedly a director in that field and
yeah,
knows
James Phillips.
exactly what
Yeah,
that's, but yeah,
right,
James
right.
knows exactly what that's supposed
Yeah.
to sound
And
like
he's in the
because
perfect
he's
spot to
there
hear everything, right.
yes, he
Yeah.
is. I mean,
he,
he
he's
knows
he's
what
he's
that,
hearing it how the
he
mic is
probably
hearing it.
attends them and he
Right. Oh yeah.
directs them. I mean,
Right.
that's his life.
Right.
And so when that experience, there it was, one car that day did that. And so he recognized it. It's in his musical memory. This is, Mark, when we went out there and did that little thing at Mark's place out in Oklahoma, Mark
Mhm.
touched on that. You
Mhm.
have to know the content. You have to know the music. You have to know what this is supposed to sound like. The more and more experiences you get, Mark goes to live music things all the time. How many times you look on Facebook and he's got a picture of him and his wife and his family he's
Oh yeah.
taking a selfie with, and he's
Right.
gone to see some. He goes all the time. He
Right.
knows exactly what the music's supposed to sound
Oh,
like. It's
and
in
he's
his head.
and
He's
his
got it.
his setup is actually a perfect example for there being no reference, because he's got three sets of speakers that are all thousands of dollars. They're all quality stuff, setting set side
Hmm.
by side. They're all EQ'd to be within a half dB or something,
And they
or
all
10
sound different.
dB, all perfectly aligned frequency response, everything else. And you sit there and switch between the three, and they all sound completely different. You know
Right.
what I mean?
No, none of them
It's like
sound
you can't.
bad. It's just a different
No, no, no.
experience.
It's a completely different
Right,
presentation. And
right,
like we've talked
right.
about before too, I mean,
Hmm.
you can have four 80-point cars sitting next to each other, and they all can sound completely different. They all have
Right,
their own strengths and weaknesses. It's all
right,
the game
right.
is all about compromise. And
Hmm.
eh, one vehicle might have a really good set of strengths, and maybe
Right.
like what you were talking about, maybe the Acura having
The
those says.
Acura is not weak anywhere. Go down
Right,
through the whole thing. There's not a single weakness in it. So that's the whole thing. It may not do everything. There may be other vehicles that shine higher in
right.
certain categories, but
It
there's
doesn't.
nothing it's weak in anywhere. So that's what makes it so hard to beat.
And if anybody has a problem with that, go to the MECA training March 20 and go
There
listen
you
to it.
go.
And then
Come
you can tell
experience.
Vinny how he's wrong. Because I don't want to hear how Vinny's wrong about it. I want you to go tell Vinny in the car. Okay, that's it.
That's right. There
Next
you go.
one.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
why are there always more than a reasonable amount of corrections on my MECA score sheet? I find this unusual and often with the same judges.
All right. Yeah, I'm guilty of it for sure or whatever. So remember me saying I make 2 laps
Right.
sometimes or whatever. So uh there's times I catch something and I go and I want to hear it again, or I think about it and I go back and then I think about a car I just heard and go, oh, well, maybe this one was just a little bit better than that. Because it's not always that the value goes one direction or the other. It could swing up, it could swing down a little bit, or whatever. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm doing as good a job as I possibly can as far as to place the vehicles where I think they should be. Because when we get down to the end of this, even on my score sheets, the good cars get very, even whatever you are, the cars are tight. We have a 100-point score sheet. So compression's already at the beginning because we're only at 100 points. And so, if I just, thinking or whatever, I change my mind sometimes and I'll even write a note or put my initials next to it or whatever. I'm just trying to do as good a job for the competitor as I can. If you know me at all from a personal level, there I have a heart. I truly have feelings,
Sure.
and I'm really concerned about doing a very good job for what I do for a profession, the customers I work for. I consider all the customers that we are competitors a customer, and I want to do a very good job for you. I want to try to get the most accurate information to you as I can, and that's what I wanted. That's what I want to do. So if I think about it a little bit after I wrote a number and change it, that's why. I'm not trying to manipulate the results or anything like that. I'm, in fact, now even at big shows, I try not to give my papers back to the head judge too early. I try to keep the whole class, because if I listen to a car that I say, wow, this thing and this car are just so close together, they just sound so close together. I want to know, okay, well, this one sounded maybe just a little bit better in the mid range or something like that. I want to make sure that I'm getting, if I wrote that one a 7.5, then I want to make sure I'm writing this one a 7.75. I want to be as good and accurate as I can. And so sometimes it is a second decision to make sure that I've got the right decision.
So I'm going to ignore the comments right now because I'm actually um, looking at something else. But so I have a little bit of pushback on that.
Okay.
And my opinion, I guess maybe, and I don't know specifically what the MECA rulebook says on it, but I know I guess from my background with other organizations as well, is that the criteria is, no matter the vehicles there, the criteria should be based on what the vehicle is performing to what the rule book says, and then have that on the score sheet as a number.
Right. Well, we have windows. We don't have what tells you it exactly sounds like to get to a 7.5 and a 7.75. So we have windows in our score sheet that say, or in our rule book, that say something that sounds like a certain description. I'd have to open up the rule book or whatever. So it's definitions of what should be a 7 to 8, or what should
Right.
be a 9 to 10, or what should be, in our tonality categories. So that puts you in a window, as from a judge's point of view and from a competitor's point of view. You're inside that window as far as the definition. So if I write you a 7.5 or a 7.75 on your score sheet and you say, oh, you didn't give me any comments about my car. Well, actually I did. I gave you a value. And if you actually refer back to the rule book, that definition that's in that category actually tells you roughly what you're doing in that category based on the number that I wrote you. So that is a description as to what your car is doing right there.
Mm.
Um, each of those numbers are. But by saying that this isn't a competition, it is. So
I'm not saying it's
you're
not a
no, I'm
competition,
with
but
you. No, right. But
it
I
should
have
be.
to
In my
know
opinion, it should be an evaluation of that vehicle to the score sheet and
it
rule book
is.
and what happens at
It's
that point.
exactly what I
You
just
know?
said. It hits that window. So
But if
now
you're
we're
changing
inside
things
that
afterwards,
window. I'm not, that's where I'm saying, oh, the only thing I'm changing afterwards is basically, did I catch it right? Am I thinking, just double checking my hearing, whatever it is? I'm not directly creating a result of, saying this or whatever. But if I would hope as a competitor, you would want me to make sure if yours sounded just a touch better than that one, and I knew that he was in that window and that he was a 7.5, and I wrote this one a 7.5 as well, that means I tied them. And I thought in my head, well, wait a minute, this one does sound just a touch better in the mid range than that one did. And I go back and I change that from a 7.5 to a 7.75. I'm doing the right thing. I'm saying in my head that this one sounds just a touch better than that one. I reflected back and remembered how that car sounds. If there's one thing that I have a talent in doing, it's remembering how cars sound, because I can almost talk to you about how your car sounded years back. Um, so I'm doing that, and it does a lot. A lot of times on my score sheets, I'll do that or whatever. That does happen. So I'm trying to get to what is the correct or you know right result of positioning. I'm trying to do a very good job to say that I always make 100%. I don't want to be going down the score sheet super fast, but I mean, if you look at the score, if you can go back underneath it and look at what I changed or whatever, I didn't go from a 7 to a 5. It's usually a minute. I bump it up a quarter, or I drop it down a quarter or something like that. And all I'm doing is trying to make sure that if I thought this one sounded a little bit better or that one sounded just a little bit better, I wanted to make sure, well, then I might drop you from a 7.5 to a 7.25. But I'm making a decision right then and there that which one was a little bit better, even if they're so close, it's so hard. But I think this one's just a touch better. Then I have done that. Yeah, 100%.
well,
But
then
I'm
I would say
ultimately trying to get to what
I
is the
I
correct
under
result. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm
I
with you.
I
I'm
under
with both
I
sides of what you
right,
guys are
right.
saying. I
I
understand, other than I'm just trying to do the best I can for them and give them the
I
correct
under
answer.
I understand the methodology of where you're coming from. I would like to see
Hmm.
that defined in the rules then.
Oh,
You know
okay.
that
I don't care.
just and I don't know how that would happen, but from my perspective,
Hmm.
if that is part of the process, that your goal is to ensure placement and the placement of the cars against each other, which is kind of what you're doing there.
Well, I have to,
Uh,
because they're in
but
direct competition
I'm
against
saying
each
that
other. Hmm.
that's a that's a different perspective or methodology than I would say most people are expecting coming into it. And so it
Interesting.
needs to be defined. The second part of
Hmm.
that would
Hmm.
be, why do you need to stick then to 100-point scale if that sounds like it's part of the problem?
It's not part of the problem. Even if I was had a 400-point scale and I thought two cars were really, really close, they're going to be really, really close. So it wouldn't matter if that was a 40-point category. And so instead of writing a 7.5 or a 7.75, say it was a 40-point category, and I said that car got a 35, and then I wrote the second car a 35. I didn't make a decision. I gave him the same number. So then I've got to go, oh crap, I gave that one a 35 and this one's just a little bit. I got to scratch it out and write a 36.
Mhm.
Was it
I
not the
think
same thing? It's just the compression of that.
right,
But I
I mean,
want to give the right car the right position on that category. If it's mid range or if it's high frequency, or we look at that, or to say that. after we've written the numbers, do we go back and we look at the numbers and to say that we got them right? Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Of
So
course
so
we're going
so
to.
so this is so this isn't
It's
unique
double
to
checking
you.
my work.
Right. I'm saying this isn't necessarily unique to you though. This is how MECA
There's
scores.
lots of judges. Well, it's just if you're saying a judge runs through the sheets really, really fast, if let's go back to that day we have 10 cars at the show. Okay. Well, the likeliness, how many cars do I have in the class? Okay. Probably most likely, I might have a class that's got 3 cars in it. Those cars probably aren't even going to be on top of each other. So me just going down and I hear it and I go, you know what? Yep, that's right in the sevens. I can write a 7.5 in that category and go on down or whatever. On those shows, if those
Mm.
customers say they notice that I went back and changed their score sheet, I would be shocked because I
Mm.
don't have any cars that are really close together. So I don't have to make a perfect decision. This is where they get
It
mad at
doesn't
me
have
and
to
go,
be
oh, well, last week I didn't change the car from this week.
right.
And you wrote a 7.5 last week, and this week you wrote a 7. And if it was the week 2 of like what you said, where we, went from, seeing the same cars I just saw at the show last week, and these are the same cars, and they say, oh, I didn't touch the tune, I didn't do anything, and last week you wrote me a 7.5, and this week you wrote me a 7.
Which
And
I
when
think a
you
lot of
look
that's
at,
going to happen no matter what, just because of variability. But I mean, what I'm getting at is the fact that it sounds to me like that is part of the process, and that's
Mhm.
fine. I mean, Mecca can judge cars however Mecca wants to judge cars. I can't say
Well,
I have
I
no say
would
in that.
ask any judge to make sure that they double check their work. Sorry,
And
this is
I'm not disagreeing, but
everybody's seeing the side of Vinny Taylor that's kind of edgy and defensive, and
no.
I
But
apologize. So, um,
then I'm just saying
it's yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
not I'm not I'm not arguing whether what you're doing is right or wrong. I'm asking you
Hmm.
to define that process, and so everybody knows that
Right,
that is part of the if this then that.
uh,
It doesn't have to be every
right,
show, but
right.
if it needs to be defined as part of the process. You need to
Hmm.
make that transparent, because otherwise it looks like you screwed up and you're fixing it if you don't have that defined.
I,
If it's part of the
right,
process
I'm with you.
defined,
Yeah,
then
so I'm
I
with
don't
you
care.
from.
But
Hmm.
at least when
Right.
I come in and
Well, this is
engage,
good that we're doing this so people understand where my opinion is to why we would be seeing
right,
that on a score sheet or
but
whatever.
that needs
So,
to be defined by MECA then if it's part of the process.
okay,
That's all I'm saying.
okay,
I mean, because
yeah,
if
we
you're
can
going to do something like
discuss it and make sure that it's in there. I don't know how we would word that. Mr. Richard would figure that out. Of course, they're going to have struggle with that because they're very black and white. You know what I'm saying? So when somebody writes something in a rule book, Richard and Linda want to follow it to the T. And so,
well,
and
and that's
that's
why I'm saying
perfect
it can
of them
be
or
yeah.
whatever. And so then you got people like me that my character, and if you've ever worked with me and seen what I want to do, and my character, um, you
But
would you
I'm not
no, no,
arguing with your
no,
character.
I want to get no, 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 I want you to hear this because it's a little bit of character, and so how people do things or whatever, and we can correct this and figure out how to do this in the rules, and that's okay, and I want to do that. That's what I would love to do. I want to make sure that understanding of that. So I'm just going to give you a little thing. I'm not going to take a lot of time there or whatever. So just to give you a little thing. So when I'm gonna give you a little silly thing. We're gonna install a TV, right? And it's gonna hang over a mantle. All right. And so I put the TV up there, I hang it, I get my level out, put it right up on the TV's top, dead level. I put it on the vertical part of the TV on the side. It's 100% level. Thing looks awesome. I'm looking at it or whatever, and I take a few steps back and I look at it and I notice it looks like something's running downhill. What is it? Wait a minute. The mantle may be unlevel. I put my level on top of the mantle, and sure enough, the level's slightly, it's still level, but now its bubble is a little bit to the left line. So it's just slightly. But if I don't look at the TV and just stand back and look, really, The level looks the mantle looks fine. It doesn't look way off in the room. It's just a slight thing. But I see that little bit of difference. Do I leave it because I've actually got the TV level, or do I fudge it a little bit and make the TV kind of look like it's doing the same thing so it looks parallel to the mantle? Do I fix it or not? It is the same thing. It's double checking your work, and that's exactly what I'm doing.
Bear with me for a second. I think that's a terrible analogy
because
because I think I think you can fix that while you're in the car. That can be done while you're in the car. It shouldn't be done once you get out.
That's where the score sheets are being done. I don't know what otherwise has happened. Now, if you're going to bring up the thing with Richard that happened several years back, that was a fact. Yeah, that did happen, and we can discuss that if we need to. But that isn't what I'm referring to right now.
So you're not
in the car. I'm in the car. I haven't gotten out of the car. I haven't done anything as far as turned in a score sheet. I haven't done anything. I'm sitting in the car right now. I'm still in there. I've written down all of my numbers on the score sheet, and I'm double checking my work. That's what I'm doing. I haven't left the car. I'm still judging the car, and I'm going down and I'm looking and I go, okay, okay. Well, what did I score Johnny? And I've got the score sheet. They're all right there with me. Everything's done. And I've got it right there with me. And I'm like, I just listened, and we're in the same class because we judge everything by the classes. And I realize I wrote him whatever I wrote. So I'm giving the correct result. I'm in real time. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm making sure the result is correct. I'm not in the back room where I've added up all the score sheets and all that. At this point, I don't even know the total. All I'm doing is analyzing a category. And I'm analyzing mid-range. Wait a minute, let me finish. I'm analyzing, say, mid-range, where I'm thinking about that in my head, and I'm comparing it directly to a car I just listened to. And by all of the rules, I'm 100% legal because I'm in the window. I'm not changing windows. As far as the way the definitions of the rules written, the car is inside that window. It's in the 8s, or it's in the 7s, or whatever it is. And the other car is the same exact thing. All I'm doing is making an accurate result. This one's just a touch better, or that one was just a touch better, and I'm using a quarter or half a point sway, whatever I'm doing, and I'm getting the right result. I don't have to do that at little bitty shows when the cars aren't really that close together but I'm wanting to make the right decision to make sure they get the right result. I can leave it a tie if that's what we're going to do. And we're going to say 100% when I write a number down, other than fixing where I tried to write a 5 and it wasn't a clear 5, and trying to fix the 5 back where you can see it clearly, because everybody doesn't have perfect penmanship. I know what you're asking. You're asking numbers. And if that's going to be
the issue that I'm getting,
then that's what we do. We make one decision, we write them down, we don't think about it anymore, and we go to the next car and we do it again, and we don't double check our work or really, really, really think we want to do a great job. I would think you would want me to be as good as I can possibly be and be as most accurate as I could possibly be for the cars that are there today. And that's what I want to do. I want to be as good and as accurate as I can, and to double check, and make sure that I got it.
But I'm saying, as long as that double checking is happening in that car against its own score sheet, if it's being verified against another score sheet, then you're comparing cars. You're not comparing yourself to the rules.
I have to compare the cars. How do you not get the result?
Then that needs to be defined.
That we're comparing cars?
That needs to be defined that you're comparing cars, yes.
How is it not defined that we're comparing cars? That's exactly what we're doing.
I know, but if you're augmenting or looking at the results of something else that you judged against what you're judging now or later, then you're changing the results to be based on where you think they compare to each other instead of where you think they define against the rule book.
They are defined against the rule book. I put it in the 8 category. That's what the rule book gave me the definition to
Okay.
define.
Well,
Now
what
I
I'm
got to
saying,
make
what
sure
I'm
that if
right,
this one sounds just slightly better than that
then
one,
you're comparing
and I
cars.
wrote that one an 8.25, I want to make sure I write this one an 8.5. So to say that the only way that you're saying we could fix that is we would have to define what an 8 is, what an 8.25 is, what an eight and
Exactly.
a half is,
And
and
that's
an
what you need to do.
8.75.
And that's what you need to do. Because, okay,
There's no
I'll give
way
you an
we
example.
can do it. Then we might as well have a 500-point score sheet and we
Well, I
define
mean,
every single number. And I guarantee you, in the IASCA rule book or anybody, they have windows. And if they
okay,
don't, you
okay,
need
okay,
to.
okay. Listen,
Okay,
listen.
sorry.
Okay, okay. In your rule book, you have a 5 to a 6, right? Or a 3
Uh-huh.
to 4, 1 to 2, a
Yeah.
7 or 8. That's
Hmm.
8 points. A 5 to 6 is 8 points. In Emma, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
There are 0 to 15 points, and each one
Sounds like a
in total.
window.
I'm comparing. Listen, I'm comparing total
I'm sorry.
accuracy to total
Hmm.
accuracy.
Hmm.
So your total accuracy, say a 5 to 6, that's 8 points from a 5 to a 6, right? You can go 5, 5.25, 5.5, 5 and
Oh, yeah. Okay. I
three
got you.
quarters,
Yeah.
6, 6.25, 6.5, 6 3/4. You got 8 points. So in
Hmm.
Emma, you have A through L. They use letters for each points. L is 0 points. K is 2 points. J is 3 points. I is 4 points. H is 5 points. G gives you a window 6 to 7 points, 2 points. F is 8 points, 1 point. E is 9 to 10 points, 2 points. D is 11 points, 1 point. C is 12 to 13 points, 2 points. B is 14 points, 1 point. A is 15 points, 1 point.
Okay. I mean, it's the same thing. Say you
No, it
wrote,
isn't, because there's no 8 point windows definition.
I'm with
Each
you
one of
there,
those
but
is defined.
say I did this because it's not, it's still on the teeter. You're going to find a car that teeters between one of those categories that you just said. It's right on the edge of
Oh,
one of those
I don't
categories.
disagree.
I know.
But
I'm just giving you a
your
comparison.
edge between
You
5 to
asked me
6 is
and you
8 points.
compared it, and I'm trying
Yeah.
to give you a comparison. So I got a car that's one of those letters between the value of what you said. Okay, I didn't absorb that 100% what you
I get
said. So I'm gonna use two letters, and I'm gonna try to do this
okay.
right or whatever.
Sure.
So, and I'm probably gonna say, oh, J and K aren't in there. But anyway, so we got J and K, and K's better than J or whatever. So, uh, and so, I've got a car. Is it a J or is it a K? It's right there in between the two,
Sure.
J and the K or whatever. But I listened to this car earlier and it sounded so similar to this. What did I give it? But this one's maybe just a little bit better. I look back and I go, well, I gave that one a J. So guess what? This one's a K.
But I think that process right there is what the issue is.
Well, if I'm a judge, I'm a human being making a decision. I'm
I
thinking in my head, it's right between the two.
Right.
And
But then
if
you
I
just
go
have to make
back,
a call in that car, in my opinion. You
what's
just make a
that?
call in that car. You just have to make a call in that car at that time and go. I
Well,
mean,
that's right. That's what we're kind of doing. But I mean, we're double checking our work to make
but
sure we're getting it
that
right.
double
But that's
that,
like saying, you said
that
that's okay. You just told me a minute ago it was okay for me to judge a car that I judged it last week and gave him a 7. And this week I gave him a 7.5. And he's mad or backwards of that. And last week I gave him a 7.5, and this week I gave him a 7. And you just said earlier that was okay that I did that. That happens all the time. Well, that person's disappointed with me because now I gave him a 7, and last week I gave him a 7.5, but he didn't change the car. And
right.
that was okay that I did that. But now this week, I got two cars that are so close, I have to make a decision. And you're saying I'm not allowed to compare the two cars?
Yes. In my
Well,
opinion. But
I
again,
don't
if
know. I don't know how you do that in any kind of a judging scenario or whatever. I don't know how you don't compare. I
then
mean,
then
in
that needs
installation or whatever, anything of in comparison or whatever has to be a direct comparison to the other when it's that close. And I think when it's that close, you want me directly comparing exactly what's there. I've got it. I've got in my head exactly what pretty much an 8.5 does. All I'm doing is double checking my
Right.
work because, I could have done this or that. And then the first car of the day, when you take off running, first
Right.
car of the day sets the precedence for the day. Because just like you told me a little while ago, well, it was okay that I gave him, the 7 this week. That doesn't bother you. But at the show, when I've really got to make at the big event where I really got to make the right decision, I really have to make the right decision. I have to be the perfect human being. I can't double check my work. I mean, that would be, I don't know. Some people use it different ways and they have that ability and that talent to where they just are 100%. They've got it in their head. They know exactly 100% what an 8.5 sounds like. And they just know in their heart, in their head, I'm not that good. I'm not that good, but I
And
am good enough. I am good enough to make sure that I want to give you the right comparison between I want to give the guy who did a little better job today
mhm.
the right result. And if I can't
Yeah.
double check that what I wrote there or whatever, but I mean, just today, like I said, I may judge that one car on Saturday and give him, a 7. And then the next day when I listen to it, nothing changed. Nothing supposedly is different or whatever, except one day maybe it was Sunday, and one day it was sunny, and the next day it was cloudy. And I work for some of these big time musicians and these people, and they tell me that the pressure outside changes low frequency.
Mhm.
I've got a superstar who told me that. And he says, when we don't record when there's low pressure over us, we stop recording. We only record on clear, high pressure days. And I'm
Mhm.
going to believe him because I think he's actually deserved to have that respect
Mhm.
because of his success. So I'm going to believe him. So to say that something can't change, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about this direct situation. So right now, um, to say that, if this is wrong, and that, the direct comparison between cars that are super super close in sound is a wrong way of doing it, then, yeah, we need to, I guess I need to be, retrained as to
No, I'm not,
thinking,
again, what I'm saying is
that
that if that's the practice, then it needs to be defined as such. Personally, I don't have an issue for that being the practice.
oh,
I
okay,
think that's not I think that's not what people automatically expect. So I think that's
okay,
what needs to be defined. I think they want both things. And if I can clarify a little bit here, I
hmm,
think I think people want what you want. People want the best sounding car to be the best scoring car, right?
right,
I mean, nobody wants to listen to the car that won and it not be the best sounding car. Now, how can you really determine that without actually judging the cars yourself and going through it?
right,
No,
hmm,
but people want to know that the car that won, excuse me, is the best sounding car by the criteria.
hmm, hmm,
Um, and I think that's exactly what you're trying to do. I think what they also want
hmm,
is that there's not an opportunity for unfair play in the process. So if you don't have that process of verifying against other score sheets and going through that defined and transparent, then I think people are going to automatically assume that there is something else going on than what I think your process is
hmm,
intended to be. I think your intentions are correct. I
right.
on a
Yeah, I guess
personal level,
that's the whole, right.
I
I
don't
guess that's the
distrust
whole
you.
thing is I want to
But
give
there's
you
right,
the most accurate result of what is being delivered to me, based on all the other
right.
systems that are being delivered to me. And to say we're drastically, or I in general or whatever, are, double checking my work is very minimal. I'm, It's so, yes, it's just a little, I want to be giving you the right result. And that's the method that I'm using to make sure that I give you that result. When I do talk to people in the trainings,
Right.
I say, okay, we're taking off on car one, and that's really the reference for the day because you're going up and down from that point.
I wouldn't call it a
So,
reference. I would call it a initial. You could call it, I guess, a warm up to
yep,
get your kind of where your placement is, because obviously everybody, regardless of how much you define this, whether it's IASCA, Emma, MECA, or whatever, your opinion as a judge with your reference in terms of your experience. I'll use experience versus
yeah,
reference. I think
exactly.
experience is the reference.
Right.
Then at that point, for example, to take the Emma scale, I might think that everything in this range is a K. Somebody else might think that
Yeah.
might call it an M, and we both start from there and work,
Mhm.
and I think you're saying the same thing, that
Mhm.
if you start out giving this car a 6.5 for mid base, and the other cars are increasingly better or worse than that, then you're going to kind of work around those numbers, right? That's
Mm.
kind of what
Yeah, so
you're
I mean, if that vehicle that day I wrote that first car 7, I have to either keep that in my musical memory that I wrote that car a 7 in mid range or low frequency or whatever, and in my mind I have to kind of think about that car all day that day just to make sure that I don't accidentally, you know, 7.25 or whatever, or, I got to kind of use that as my scale for the day or whatever, a little bit, that's kind of my little bit of my scale for the day. This isn't like this isn't like a way off situation. It
right.
isn't like all of a sudden, that car that's pretty much the same car from the last week to this week or whatever. I mean, hopefully, I mean, I have so many people that I judged over the years or whatever, and it's like, yeah, I didn't change the car from last week to this week, and you wrote me a 75, and guess what you wrote me this week? 75 or
It's,
74.75
it's
or
the it's the
75.25,
gotcha
because
culture.
I
No, I get
know
it.
what a 75-point car sounds like. I kind of know what an 80-point car sounds like right away when we get in these things and we listen to them. I mean, we almost play that first track,
Oh yeah,
and
it's
when
easy.
it's got that, just really tight, full sound,
And,
female vocal right in front of me, and the stand up bass is playing right behind them, just right behind her, just kind of plucking away there kind of nicely. I'm like, yep, this is going to be north of a 75 right now. Boom. It's just,
it's easy. Yeah,
there's enough information right there that it's
right.
going to be.
It's just a
But
matter of knowing
that's
that
the
you get there
thing
in the right
is it a 75.5?
direction.
Is it 75.75? It's just, I want to make sure that I'm doing justice to the customer by doing that. Just as I, maybe made that look just a little bit. I know it's not a judging thing, but it's kind of a judging thing. My customer comes in and judges my installation and tells me, so I'm judging your installation or your sound tuning today or whatever. And I want to make sure I'm giving you the right result based on the direct competitors, because it's a direct competition against the other person.
I, I would say just again,
Mm-hmm.
my plea would be that I think it's seen from I would say my personal angle and
Mm-hmm.
others' angles, it's seen as an issue of integrity when it comes to being able to manipulate things after the fact. And I can't put I would have to think it through to know exactly why that all is. But I would
Mm-hmm.
say that, at least from my perspective, like one of the reasons I really despised the
Mm-hmm.
IASCA iPad scoring system was because there was no story, there was no record, there was no, if you could change a score at any point before it was
Mm-hmm.
finalized, and and there was no record of that change or anything like that. A paper score sheet, which is why I've stuck to paper score sheets, because they tell a story. You can't fudge around it. It's like you can. Yeah, there are those things that are going to get scratched out and changed. But I guess from a
I mean, you either have to
judge's,
trust our integrity and know that we're trying to ultimately do the
but I mean,
right
I don't think
or
anybody.
whatever.
I think from a compared to organization standard, there's nothing, and I'm saying this out of the utmost respect for you, knowing you for the last 20 years, and I'm not saying this, but there's no reason that somebody needs to trust you.
Oh,
you know what
don't.
I mean?
They don't. They sure don't.
And I'm saying, I'm not saying that personally, but I'm saying if this is part of the scoring system for MECA, when it comes to, when there's X amount of people in the class or it gets more complex or whatever, again, I would just implore that there would be some kind of definition to that. And that might not be something that comes up overnight. And it might be something that maybe takes a little bit of compromise on this is when, or maybe it just goes into, a judging portion of the things, but again, making that transparent to where people know that that's part of the thing. It's not something shady going on, because we can both be looking at this. We're both looking at a 9, and I'm looking at this way as a 6, and you're looking at that way as a 9. It's
right.
It's one of those things where I think it's something that just needs to be defined as part of the process. And again, I would say if you're going to stick to the quarter point scale, then
it wouldn't matter what the scale is.
It does matter. It does matter, because if you're going,
can't matter.
It does matter, because again, if you're going by a quarter point scale, it needs to have more definitions in it. Then you can't have a 1 to a 2. You need a definition for a 1 to 1.5. You need a definition from a 1.5 to 2. You need a definition for 2 to 2.5, because that's what everybody else is doing. You're giving 8 points of difference. You're giving 8 points of difference to each definition, and for anybody to keep track of what's going on, I think that's too much. I'm not saying that in reality, that when things are happening, that you again, when you're going car to car like that and making sure that you're in line, I'm not arguing that your results are right or wrong. I'm saying for everybody to be on the same standard, if we're going to add 15 judges into this system, they're not, you can't clone yourself. So, if you're going to add judges into the system, and, and for example, if I'm expected to uphold MECA standards to how they do things, everybody needs to know that this is how MECA does it, and that needs to be defined. And that's all I'm saying. That's, I mean,
yeah, it's I'm with you. I guess I'm hard to follow. If you gave me, I mean, you would have to get so specific, because these cars we're finding such small amounts of details between them since this evolution into processors. And so
I'm not arguing that, but
I don't even know how we would get to where we're saying you would get a difference between how to define what an 8.25 is to an 8.5 All you can do
I'm not saying that. I'm saying at least from an 8.5
I have to.
At least from an 8.5 to 9. Not from 8 to 10. That's what I'm saying. There needs to be, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, basically 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. So at least double it.
Wow.
Double the definition.
I got you. I would have to, because we spent a weekend writing that, redefining the tonality and all the definitions in there. And so for us to go back and redefine all that again with even more resolution and detail, and try to find that, that would be a chore for an organization that runs on volunteers for its rules. I don't even know how to tell you.
My point is, my point in saying that is when you have people saying that the
It's not
quarter point,
perfect.
when you have people saying that the quarter point scale is the issue, that's why they're
I
saying it.
gotcha.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm with you. I see
Because
where they're
because because
saying
if it
what
was
they're
a
saying.
yeah,
So
if
we're
it
running two sides of the street right here. You're trying to get me to give you a product that would have so much detail and definition for the judges to have to, whenever we do the judges training for MECA, I don't say being a MECA judge is easy. It's one of
okay,
the most difficult things to do from judging. We don't break it down in black and white as well as it can possibly be. We kind of came up with good definitions that define things, and we have to rely on our judges to pick whether or not so we get the result that they want as a customer, saying this one is better than that one. And
right.
so we're giving our judges a little bit of room
Mhm.
to make those decisions inside of these definitions so that they have some room to make a decision as to which one is a little bit better than that one.
Mhm.
But to break down sound at that much resolution, you would somebody, I mean, I would love somebody to type that on the screen right now and give me a even better definition of how we describe mid-range in the 8-point category right now, and tell me how they're going to separate that even more, because the minds that are doing it right now can't do that, because I've been doing this the whole time and I've worked with every single one of them, and no one has given me an idea as to how to do that. And Richard and Linda may be able to do it. Their minds might have that resolution and that ability to define that. But I don't know how we would get further than where we are right now without just having a rule book that's 200 pages, because that's another thing, people won't read the rule book.
Well,
They don't
I'm
want to
not
read it.
I'm not trying to, but I mean, this
I
is
know you're
or,
asking
organi-
for
or
something and I'm trying to give
yeah,
you a
yeah. I know.
human
I'm just
answer
saying.
to your
Or,
question.
right. I'm just saying. Organization XYZ. There's your answer right there. That's doubling. That's just doubling what you're doing now, and that's defined now in tonality alone with a 2-point scale versus an 8-point scale.
I can't
So
read it. It's not big on
I
my
know. But I'm
screen.
just saying it's there. It exists. So to say that it's
I mean, I want to
impossible.
read it so I would be
Okay,
able to define that. Who has that written?
that's Emma's current tonality definitions.
Oh, well, I haven't read that. I would love to have us. Well, you wouldn't like us reading it because we might rip it apart and say it's
Well,
wrong.
and that's
And
fine.
so,
I'm not
you know what I'm
I
saying?
right or wrong. I'm
That's,
just
that's
but
like
again,
saying
I'm
definition of depth is from where I'm at to where the sound starts. And if you're going to tell me that James agrees with that in the orchestra, that depth is where sound begins, not is from where it begins and ends in sounding in a room, and you're telling me that's accurate depth versus what we
no,
describe depth, then
no.
no. So please don't throw somebody else's organization's rules at me when that's a
You're
horrible definition of depth.
you're
And
okay.
I'm
You're
sorry, I didn't mean to
you
get
don't
heated. I'm
you don't
sorry.
understand the rule then. Okay, the rule for IASCA is listening position is from where you are to where it starts, and then there's another definition of depth after that. In
Right.
Emma, they do the same thing. Listening position is from where it is to where it starts. There is no definition for depth, and there is no score for that.
Okay.
But
Well, I mean, isn't that
that's
part of
irrelevant.
sound?
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm not arguing. I'm
No, no,
just
no. I
saying
mean, well,
when what I'm saying is that when you have issues of people
right.
thinking that
I
they
got
may or
you.
may not been placed right because of these kinds of things.
Right. Well, I mean, were they placed right, or did we fix it and place them right? I mean, was that the understanding that you're having is that we're that the competitor, and I understand that the competitor is disappointed as to why he sees maybe a change on his score sheet from what he thought maybe was an original decision.
Mm-hmm.
And, why are we maybe adjusting a score on the score sheet? So, that just a minute ago, I said, okay, I'm okay with not second guessing myself. And I'm okay in teaching people
Mm-hmm.
to not second guess themselves or double check their work. If you made a
Mm-hmm.
decision and you wrote that number, then that's the number you're going to live with on the score sheet, and we're not going to change it.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what we want to do, then I'm okay with that. I'm not, I'll just have to, catch myself and go, whoa, whoa, wait a minute.
Well, and
I
that,
said that. No, it's okay. I'm just wanting
that's not
to.
our decision to make. That's not our decision to make. I'm just making
No,
sure you understand.
it
I'm making
is,
sure.
it is and isn't, because as a, you know, I look at it as I'm working for you. You are my customer, and I'm working for you. And that's what we're trying to do is please our customers, and we want to do that. And so if the consensus out there is that that's a problem, then that's the solution to that problem. I don't know how to define it that far out where we get there. And I do want to keep a little bit of window for the judges to make those decisions
Yeah.
and be able to do that. We just have to govern ourselves a little bit better and make sure, if we can, we're human beings, but we're going to
Oh, absolutely.
try really, really hard to break down that information to them and tell them, let's try to really, that's why I tell folks, don't score the car until you've analyzed the system. And I try to do that. And if you look at the score sheets or whatever, we're very, it happens, what you just said. It happens that we thought about it a hair bit and said, wait a minute, this should have been this. And we're making it
Mhm.
right. That's what we're trying to do. I mean,
Right,
that's
right.
it.
Again, it's not.
I know what you're saying. I know.
It's not. It's
So, I
not a
mean, what
matter
we
of.
have to do is just
It's not,
be better at not thinking again. We gotta be
or
better at, or not
or
doing that, or make sure that if we
find the
wrote it
process.
and we did change something, we write our initial, and maybe when we're, I'm especially at not finals or whatever, I'd sometimes present the numbers on the score sheet to the customer kind of quickly,
Right.
to the competitor, kind of saying, yeah, and I might show them where they can't really get the whole thing and whatever. And, if that happened, maybe I would just say, hey, I didn't write real clear here. And I just, I fixed this, but it was due to poor penmanship, not a
Right.
second thought. And I'm right
Right.
here in
Right.
front of you. You see it. I put my initials next to it, and I'm fine. I'm fine
And
with doing
we've
that.
all
And
we've all had plenty of those moments. Yeah. That's
these are good things to discuss, and or whatever. And so, and thinking, of the, because I haven't been on their side very much in a long time. So you think about competition years and things or whatever. So the competing side was from 90 to 98,
right.
91 probably to 98. So I got 7 years of competing and
Mm,
being a customer
right.
and getting results, and sometimes not the results that I thought I was supposed to get, but hey, we're all been there.
Right.
And so,
Yep.
and then you go on the other side, and I've been on this side as being kind of like the business owner, or part of the business that's providing and providing the product, much like I
Right.
am a
Right.
business owner now, doing services for customers and providing them a product and double checking my work to make sure it's as accurate as I possibly can. So that's my mentality.
Right. Sure.
As what I'm thinking, I'm trying to do as good a job for my customers as I can. And so
Right.
that's my heart. And
Oh.
what I feel I'm doing, and I sure hope somebody out there isn't thinking that I'm in the back room going, Johnny should have won today, so we need to fix all this so Johnny wins. Because I could care when what's interesting is when we've known each other a long time, and
Yep.
I mentioned I met, Kurt back in 1992, and I all these things and all that. And, of all the people that I've met, and I've met a lot of them because I've judged a
Mhm.
lot of cars, and I respect every one of them, and I enjoy every one of their personalities. And I can tell you little cool stories about all the people I've met and their little intricacies and things about their sound systems. I mean, it's just, I've got all of this in my head. I know
Sure.
so much history about the sport and everything. And I almost enjoy every one of, I just can't think back of somebody that I didn't enjoy interacting with or whatever. But when I leave the show, I don't interact with these people on a personal basis.
Right.
There isn't anyone that is a true, everyday communicating friend. Matt Roberts is probably the one that, just stands out. Me and Matt, we click in so many ways. I got him into speaker building. He does home speakers for me, and that we sell to our customers. And so, he's probably the only person in all of this history, other than Steve.
Mhm.
I don't get to do it very often. We don't get to. We did some in the early years, spend a lot of, more personal time together. Um, but we've spent so many hours together, just traveling and doing all that when we used to go and do a lot of shows together. Um, and he's just, I I truly, truly believe that his integrity is very high, and he wants to do a great job. And the one reason he's kept me around all these years over all of these questionable things like you bringing up right now is he actually knows me and knows my integrity. So it is asking a lot from our customers to just say, I met Vinny, I've spent 2 minutes with him, he's scratched out three things on my score sheet and wrote from a 7.5 to 7.25. And it's where it's kind of like you're saying I need to trust him and say that's okay that we do. I got what you're saying rule wise. That's just what's kind of in my thoughts there. So um I agree with where they're coming from their side. If I was a customer on that side and I went to a show and competed, and they wrote what I considered a number on the score sheet, and then it got scratched out and changed to another number on a score sheet. I would certainly probably at the end of the event very, very politely ask that person personally in a very respectful way, because if I bite into them,
Mhm.
I'm probably going to get a very kind reply, number one. And then number two, boy, I've made an impression in that judge's mind. So the next time I see him, if there is any feelings of whatever, there, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like from a, and I'm going all over the place here and I apologize, but as a judge,
It's like we've been
you
doing
know,
this a long time. I apologize too.
yeah, I
We've
hear
been
you.
here
I
a
hear you.
while.
So yeah, I hear you. No, it's okay. Yeah. So from their side, I certainly see that reaction to it, and I get it 100%. And so, if for some reason any judge, whether it's our organization or another organization, happens to see that on a score sheet, my suggestion to them for we're going to address this. I mean, it's going to immediate once this is wrapped up and we can now have a second thing. I'm going to directly engage this because evidently it's very important to people, and I just didn't. It's not something I really thought about a whole lot because I thought I was making the right decision. So I apologize to anybody who feels like that was wrong, and I want to thank them for bringing it to our attention, and we want to address it, and we are. And so there's that answer to just that part of it or whatever. So um, if for any reason it was to come up on a score sheet in the future or anything in that manner, I would suggest, not with emotion,
Mhm.
but with a polite approach to that judge, and just address it.
Yeah.
Just ask
Yeah.
and see
And,
what happened there or whatever. And I'm sure you're going to find that there's a
there's a
very
reason.
reasonable answer
Right.
to what got there. And you're asking somebody, you know of of like you said earlier, of a very long time of doing this,
Mhm.
that we should know. And anybody we present at that level of a show, whether it be finals or a big 4X or whatever, that they are, one, judging with integrity and all the things or whatever, but really think about what you're writing on the score sheet. So before you even write the number, if you want to make sure you get it right, maybe we'll, and I've done that for sure or whatever, went back and double checked and said, okay, yeah, that one was almost exactly how it sounded. So then it was 825. So I was double checking my work before, kind of, in a sense,
Mhm.
before I wrote the number, if you think about it, just
Right.
making sure I'm right in line there or whatever. So just double checking since we do have the window,
Right.
um, double checking it beforehand and all that. So, that's probably the manner of which we need to be training
Right.
our judges is,
And again, I was
don't just let's just double check our work before we write the result. And then that way we won't have a slash and a
right.
quotient.
Right.
I
Again,
mean,
I think
that's a good way
with
of thinking it, of whatever. So, we have to figure out from an organization of teaching
right.
and all that. So, there you go.
and with
That's a good way to do it.
and with any of this, I think it's just a matter of minimizing the appearance of impropriety going on. Something if something looks
Hmm.
like it could go, if something appears to be something quote unquote nefarious, or a possibility of something happen, or giving the opening for that to happen. It's one of those things where I think that's the other part, is like somebody might trust person A, but maybe person B they don't know or don't trust, or maybe
Right.
that person
I
could
get
take
it.
advantage of that system to make it go down a different path. So it
Right.
creates an
Yeah.
opening.
It's.
It
Mhm.
creates an opening where things could happen that opens up an entire Pandora's box in people's minds as to what is happening. And I think,
Mhm.
I've worked with you enough, I've worked with everybody
Mhm.
enough, I've worked,
Mhm.
with scoring enough and everything else to know that 99.99999% of the time, I can't really think of any time at least in the past 5 years, where there's ever been anything intentional. I'm sure it's happened at some point, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
one of those things where most of the
That
time
was an
it's
intention.
somebody
The
that
intention was
made
to
a
make it right. Was
right,
the
right,
intention, and
right.
boy, did that blow up in our face.
So,
You
I mean,
know.
again, I
Yeah.
think
Ooh,
that if that's process, define it, make it a process. If it's
right.
if you need to
Yeah.
make a different process, do
Common
that. But I
sense
think
to me, but I
right,
get their logic, and I understand that these guys are emotional about these sounds. I was too. I mean, I
right,
almost went to fist fighting one guy one time in a parking lot. Got to drinking too much one afternoon or whatever, and didn't get the best of show trophy, and felt like I deserved it. And then an hour later, I was like the guy's best friend because I went over there and consulted him and listened to his vehicle. And I still didn't agree with the sound quality judge's decision, but
right,
I thought about it and was like, dang man, this is car stereo.
right.
It's
Well,
still
and
it was
yeah,
still a
it's
very nice sound system and a very nice. This is back when we had to do all the stuff. You had to do the four different things, and I get it, and I'm totally what they're
mhm,
um, with their argument, what
mhm,
they're saying. And so, I guess a little bit of my um, reply, and then, so then, I'm just going to give you an example, not to say that this would be the right way to, um, the way to do it. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just kind of giving a whatnot there. And so, this kind of touches on some things as to why we're using the personnel we're using,
Mm-hmm.
in judging and then, inside the organization. And it's any business does this. And MECA's a business. And so, it's whenever I experience someone in this from a judge's side or a competitor's side, I'm always kind of qualifying people a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
to a certain degree or whatever. They're kind of their credibility in things or whatever, their character. It's weird how, different people's minds work different ways or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they approach us or want to be part of the thing, or they're throwing out ideas about stuff or whatever, there's so much filtering that has to be done before there's a credible argument or a
Mm-hmm.
credible, you know, thing to use or whatever. It was kind of like Matt sitting me down in his truck that day, and he was making that argument. He wasn't mad, ugly or anything. He's just proposing this might be a more accurate approach to the music than being so concerned about the softer volume, where things are per se, just different stuff. I mean, the rules were there and they were written in the way we were supposed to be defining them, and we thought we were using them, or I thought I was using them in the proper manner. And so, um, he enlightened me
Mm-hmm.
on that. And so when we're judging them, and maybe something like this comes up, or there's even a question as to why they got a 7 or instead of not a 9 or whatever. The whole thing is, from their point, do we look credible?
Mm-hmm.
That's a question. Does anybody out there think that who we are right now, that's analyzing their cars using our evaluation format,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this isn't, what I'm saying? So, we take a long time, and we're slow to make decisions to a certain degree about rules changing, and also about picking the people that work with us.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Steve thinks about it, loses sleep over it, whatever. It bothers him, makes him sick to his stomach about this, person or this group of people isn't happy with his product, or the people who are representing his product or whatever. He's got to battle that, and everything. So, um, the argument came up several years ago about myself inside the organization and whether or not I was credible to be here, or whatever. And so, I thought about it long and hard, and I stepped away for about a month. And then, you know, um, Matt talked to me a little bit or whatever, and some other folks, and said, "Man, the way this format ended up, you're just such a huge part of it, and this organization and where it went and all the things." He goes, it's I understand you went through a lot of name calling and even some aggression. I mean, it got a little bit ugly,
Mm-hmm.
and with some folks, and the one thing that made me come back is they used the word integrity,
Mm-hmm.
and they said that I didn't have any. And I went, wow, man, that's, if you really know me, holy cow, that is the one thing that
That's a shot to the heart.
that really was. So, yeah, there was never any intent in anything
Right.
except to get to the right result. So to say that that isn't one of, the most important things in my mind, whether it's, whatever, but the way we're perceived and how we do that is important to me. There
Right.
goes back to my integrity.
Right.
So
Right.
if
And
the, if
I
the
think
customer
all
is saying that this looks suspicious, then I
right.
want to address it and I want to figure out how to fix it. I don't think defining the definitions out so far is probably the best way to do it. I just have to work with the team and figure out another way to get there.
Right.
So there's probably
But
a lot of really smart people that are typing 200 miles an hour on the screen in front of you right now with suggestions, and or it's gotten
they are.
really quiet. One of the two.
They're all
They
asleep.
probably all went to
They're
bed.
all asleep. Yeah, like smart people, unlike us, we're still here.
4 hours later.
Right,
So
right.
that's right.
I
That's
figured
right.
we'd be
I
done at
only
least an
got
hour and
I
a
only
half.
got one fan that just texted me and said still watching. Uh,
There you go.
there you go. So anyway, but
And again, I think all of this to say, it's a matter, and with that integrity, I think just comes being fully transparent about it, and
yeah,
so again, making your procedure repeatable, because I mean, so much of MECA has been kind of necessarily done by feel. That's kind of how, I mean, I feel like a lot of it, I think when I came in, I mean, there
yeah.
was no rule book. There was a score sheet, and
Oh
everybody
yeah,
kind of knew what they were doing. And then later on, Matt took
yeah,
that and defined it more. And then later on, Richard defined that more. And you were working on it all the way through. But I think
yeah.
there's been a lot of, it hasn't been, MECA has never been about being an organization run by committee. It's never been, it's never looked to get up there. And I think MECA has always aired on the side of music as being real and emotional, not
I was going to
a
say that's really how Steve describes it,
right.
and I
And
agree. When I think about
there is a lot
music,
of feel to that.
it is exactly that. It's not, there is technical sides to it, but the reason why it's even played or sung is all about emotion.
Right.
I mean, that's the whole thing. It's
And
you
some of that you
know,
can't
and that's the problem that happened the one day in Richard's car where the numbers got a little bit over enhanced there, and we came back later and went, what? But it was that emotion that took me there
define.
and
Right.
said, that, oh my God, this thing's got so much room and decay and just holy cow, I feel like I'm in there. And that emotion
Mm-hmm. Right.
excited me
Right.
and got a little bit inflated on the score sheet. And so when it got broken down later and
And
somebody
that
said,
happens. Yeah.
define the car to me. And I did. And I went, holy shit. And somebody said, oh, this is the number you wrote on this. And did you realize that when you just told me that you thought there was a problem there? And I went, what? And so there we were.
Yeah.
So, there's the, how did it get taken care of?
Right.
Well,
And
there you
I'll
go.
say, I mean,
There's an
that part of it,
integrity. With the way it was dealt with, was that the correct way, integrity wise, or whatever? There you go. That's where we were definitely at fault. So
but I would
it
say
got
every
repaired. Go ahead. I'm listening.
no, I was just saying, I don't think you need to defend yourself there, because I think every single event, every major event, every judge, every format, every single one ends up with those outliers of the judge going, "Wait, what? What I do?" I mean, it
I
happens
hope
every
not.
time.
But
Yeah, but
yeah,
I
I
mean,
hope not. But
there's
it can sometimes,
usually,
especially big events. Yes,
yeah,
just
when you
because
have a
the
big event
grass
and
and so
you
much.
have that one or two cars that stands out to somebody, and it may, most of the time it actually ends up being the same car, but it does
Oh
happen,
yes,
and
what
that's
you're
just part
saying.
of the human process
Yeah.
of judging.
Right. You're
And,
just
and
talking
again,
about
I
one
think
guy liking the car and somebody else maybe didn't like it so much, that kind of thing. Is that
right,
what you're
right.
referring to? Okay, gotcha, gotcha. So
I
you're
think it's
referring to
asking
three
judge.
judges and maybe
Yeah,
getting a little
right.
bit of different results and things like that. So just to touch on that a little bit, and maybe no one cares, um, is our goal over the last handful of years that we're paying attention to, because obviously we're in the back room trying to make sure our product is as good as it can be as well. And this is not messing with numbers or anything. This is just looking at the chart that we try to provide to the competitors after we're done with the show. So, Grace has been doing this now and she's phenomenal at it, whatever, of working and communicating with the customers and the competitors or whatever. And it's the little chart of which we say we put, the name of each judge and then the names of the competitors and we break it down. And, so Vinny scored Johnny a 70 and then, Matt scored Johnny a 72 and then like
Right.
that. And then so that way they can see, on a chart,
Mhm,
um, you know, each competitor and each judge for that competitor. And we're sending out that result. It's not the whole score sheet, it's just the totals. And then the reason why we've been doing this, one is you add across and that gets you the results. But the other thing is to see and evaluate the judges a little bit. That's our way of comparing or whatever. So, if we got two judges that say this car won and this guy said, it didn't win, well, where did he put that car? Is it just
mhm,
second or third or is it ninth?
mhm,
So if it's ninth, and one of the cars that the other two guys said got ninth, you said got first, then we're not hearing the same thing at all.
mhm,
And so then it's the question of, well, why? That's us as an organization evaluating our personnel.
mhm,
And so that's what we do. So whenever, you see a new judge or a newer judge go to a major event and judge, usually, we want to have two other experienced judges where we've seen experience that those two judges are giving pretty much not necessarily a one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, but they're saying these cars were the good cars, these cars were the okay cars, and these cars were the ones that need some work. And so,
mhm,
as long as we're kind of, because like I said, we're getting down to these cars are so close in sound. And then, one saying, God, this one's better by just this little bit, and this other one's better by this little bit, based on, different judges in the car, whether they're an inch taller, half inch taller, or, you know, 5 inches wider.
mhm.
I don't know what, there's certain things that can change a little bit or whatever. Did they have their head exactly centered on the headrest or were they
That's a big
a half
deal.
inch to the right? Yeah,
Or
because
somebody
these
made changes in
processors,
between.
yeah, yeah. So the processors, they give us quarter inch time alignment distance
Mhm,
adjustments or whatever. So we move our head a half inch. Well, we just changed a whole bunch of stuff just by doing that based on where their head might have been. That's why as judges we try to find that sweet spot. We don't just get in the car and sit. We try to wiggle around a little bit and find where they had their head when they were tuning, we hope.
mhm.
And um,
So
but
so so during the event, yeah,
no, this
during
is
the
just
event.
after everything's done. I mean,
No, I know,
everything's
but
added
I'm
up.
I'm
Okay.
asking during the
Yeah,
event or after the event or whatever, if you have one judge that is 10 points off of the other two, do you have a process when that happens,
yeah.
or does it
Definitely
fly?
discussions.
I mean,
No,
is
there's
that is
definitely
there?
discussions.
Okay.
You might see the Vinny you saw a little while ago react. So, and you have, and judges have, and but anyway, yeah. And if it's me, then I'm questioning why, and
Mhm,
I want to fix it, and I want to know what the difference was. This is where we found on one customer's car, Bill Gonzalez. that this is where we learned that David Hogan and Matt Roberts are almost 2.5 inches, 2 to 2.5 inches taller in their upper body than I
Mhm.
am. You know,
Mhm.
we're all right around 6 foot tall, but I wear a 36 pants. They
Mhm.
don't. So
Right.
that tells you my upper's a little lower than theirs. Well, Bill's
Right.
car was just real sensitive to height.
Mhm.
And so now I've got a little booster seat in Bill's car that he puts in there for me when I judge it. But,
Mhm.
you know, that's what made the difference. And
Right.
I went to Bill and talked to him about that and told him this is what we found. We kind of checked into it amongst ourselves, the judges, and found that was the difference. So I
Mhm.
said, you know, what can I do? So one time I picked myself up, I pushed myself
Mhm.
up in this truck like that, listening to it, and I could tell it was changing.
Yeah.
So, you know, I got out, we talked about it or whatever, and you know, that and then now all of a sudden our numbers are more consistent now. But
Mhm.
that's the willingness, you know, I'm willing to do that. I did that work
Right.
to find that
Right.
out. You
Right.
know, Bill didn't. And,
Right.
you know, I wanted to make that, you know, because I saw something not right here and I trust what Matt and David were saying. And so that's just, you know, it's important to us. And they feel the same way because if me and David scored something and Matt's different, he wants to know why.
Right.
He may have a, he's a little more confident than we are sometimes, but, you know, he's, everybody wants to know,
Right.
you know, where they were a little off on something or whatever amongst us when you think of us three in that. And I bring in Richard and Linda and I look at what they've been doing with us now and everything since they haven't been with us as long. And, you know, now that we've been together a little bit or whatever, we're seeing the same thing. You know, the
Mhm.
results are pretty much consistent through everybody through the sheets. You know, when you go, this one picked first, well, maybe that one didn't pick first, but they picked second. I mean, the better car, all the top cars are amongst the top on all the judges, and then so
Mhm.
on and so forth down. And that's what we've noticed way more consistent over the last few years in studying that and having those discussions and learning about that. That's why we move our heads a little more. You'll see us sitting in the cars and we're
Yeah.
tweaking our heads a little bit and moving our heads a little bit and all that. I strain my neck sometimes. I hold my breath too long and, you know, trying to get in there and sitting there too stiff. And then I think at the end of towards the middle of the second day on some of the big events, I'm out of oxygen. So,
I know, and I'll emphasize here too that this isn't a mecha a unique to mecha issue at all. It goes across any org, any score sheet, any numbers. You're going to have cases where things align and others where they don't. I mean, it's just it's yeah. I would say if somebody was able to come up with the system of three judges being able to give the identical score all the way down, it's probably a pretty boring system, but it's just not realistic. I don't. I know personally as a competitor that's frustrating. I've been in that issue where, man, if it had just been these two judges, I would have won. This judge took me to last place. What happened? And in that case, I mean, that was for me. That was 2013 SBN with Iasca judges, and that's exactly what happened. Was one of the judges was 4'10", and I didn't. Nobody in the car had sat that low, and turns out that the center is right in front of you when you sit that low. Who knew? You know, I mean, I know
well,
now, but
right. So,
it's one of those things where it's and that's not the only thing. There's so many different issues, and I would say if everybody heard everything the same and defined everything the same and gave you the exact same score on everything, it would be it would be a very boring place. You can get 4 or 5 different people in a
they wouldn't
car
have
and they're
anything
all
to
going to
complain
pick up on
about.
different things. Yeah, right. I mean, and then we'd be to having
Yeah.
we'd end up having the term lab and all fighting on Facebook about who has the best sounding car, without having to show up at a show. But
Right, yeah. Mhm, mhm. Yeah. So, yeah, so I'm with you I think so. The most important thing right now that I can understand, other than there's probably a bunch of other things, but the one critical thing that they're concerned about is um, any modifications to the
Yeah.
score sheets at all whatsoever. If for some reason that was, and you really felt like you needed to change your mind on that, then maybe our best approach would be to exactly right then and there do an explanation to the competitor as to what you did and
Mm-hmm.
why you did it. That way
Mm-hmm.
you're being honest and open and upfront. They see it right now
Right.
before it goes back into the other room. They
Right.
see right then and there what got done.
And you could even, I mean, you can like block off
And
the
I
rest of the
think
score sheet or
actually
whatever and do that. And
I can actually sell that.
yeah.
I think I could sell that to all the people involved. If for
Yeah.
some reason
When you get out of the car,
that
you show it,
there
and
is,
that's what it is.
yeah,
You know.
is that what you initialed it, you saw it, you give them the evidence that you did, and what you changed your mind, adjusted, or whatever you did. You just give the explanation right there. We're human beings. I think we're entitled to have that wiggle room. I mean, unless we're going to get even further, but I feel like one, we need to govern that way better, and we'll work on that. And then, number two, if for some reason it ever came about, which I feel it will at some point, I'm going to be probably one of the guilty parties. Um, then I feel everybody should be able to sleep okay
Mm-hmm.
with that explanation right then and there, just
Mm-hmm.
so everybody's open and upfront about it, and you did it right there. And I think
Right.
that's a fair um, way of doing that, just in case that happens. Because I don't know how to fix a human being. Yeah, I don't know how to fix me. So in that instance, other than
Yeah.
just listening, whenever anybody tells me something that they don't like, it concerns me, and I want to do the right thing by it. And
I would
so
say the
I want to
only
say I'm just trying to figure out how to do it right and say I'm never going to do that, and it never happened, and then how to honorably address it if for
right.
some reason it did right then and there. So then that way there isn't ever a concern that this happened in the back room, behind closed doors, or anything like that. And that's about the
Everyone
only way I know how to do it and make it right.
everyone in this case needs to retain their integrity, right? I mean, it's one of those things where you need to retain your integrity as a judge,
Mhm.
knowing that you're doing this the best way possible. If you're put in a
Yeah.
compromised situation where you think that you can't do the job as well because that's just not how you see it, that's
Mhm.
messing with your integrity as a person and as a judge, and we don't want to
Right.
do that. I don't think anybody wants to see
Right.
that, and that's why I'm saying if that's part of the process, and I would say even as far as check
It's a good
sheets,
way of doing
and I
that.
think some
Yeah.
people do it and
I
don't, but I
Richard's
think
probably
even
got words he could put into that he would
right.
make that make sense, and everybody could probably abide by that and live with that for
But
sure.
at least it's like anything. No, I mean, I would say the majority of the time, no rule is made until it became an issue that needed to be made. You know what I mean? It's like
Oh yeah.
rules get defined because there are issues that need to be fixed, and if we can fix this by saying yes, this is how we do it. This is how we're going to the procedure that happens when this happens. This is how we're scoring. This is how a little bit more depth there would help a lot for people to say okay. And again, this isn't unique to MECA. It just happens to be it just happens to be
We have
something
no
that
customers right
MECA
now,
can
so yeah.
MECA can fix.
Mhm.
And the better we can react to these things, then we don't
Mhm.
end up with with
Mhm.
a USAC to MECA transition issue or a 98 IASCA Exodus issue or those kinds of we've
Sure.
seen all this happen before because
Oh
somebody
yeah.
didn't take the time to process it.
Right.
And
No,
if
exactly. That's
we're
why I volunteered to go through this tonight.
and he did volunteer, by the way. I didn't.
That's
This
right.
was Vinny's
There's
idea.
nobody over there in the corner with a weapon saying you need to sit right there for 4 hours and 7 minutes.
Well,
Yeah.
he was
That's
well.
right.
I mean, so here's where I say we go. I mean, we've covered a lot. I'm going to try
Yeah.
to process some of the stuff that we've got now where we're at, and then kind of see where we need to go next. If we need to, do this again in a few weeks and do
We
some
have
reflection,
to.
and yeah,
I'll let that man over there tell me I got to do it again. No problem.
yeah, but at least that way we can get some process time. Maybe we can get some, response and results on kind of. It doesn't have to be changes. I don't think anybody's saying you must change to what we're saying, and that would
No.
make Mecca lack integrity if they did that, because this is you can't change the rules for somebody because they didn't win, and I'll never do it. You'll never do it. Steve will never do it. Nobody
No,
in
we don't want that.
Travis isn't going to do that. Nobody's going to do that.
Right.
But
But
if we can, but if we can lessen the sense of impropriety going on, even even a thought of it, if we can do something to take that away, then we can.
Yeah, I like my idea. I'm going to discuss it really soon with the folks in charge, and I think that's one of the best ways we can go with, or whatever. That way there isn't anything. We may even have them sign the score sheet. That might be a way of doing it. So they've already witnessed it right then and there. Right. We've got proof.
Even if they just see it, glance over, and they don't have to. They're not going to be able to add it up. The judge needs to have it.
We usually don't add
up. It's just have it there to where they can see the overall score sheet, and that they know in their mind that it looks the same when they receive it later, and everything, as what they saw there. And if they just zip, then I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I think that's certainly fair. Yeah, we're not trying to hide anything, and I guess that was and I get it from their view to a certain point. If I was the person, I told you I would inquire about it, and that politely, very respectfully. So I get it, and
it's tough for people to do that. So.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good way.
That's why they're making me do it.
No, I love it. I love it because I wouldn't have addressed this. I would have just kept going, think I'm doing the right thing because I'm wanting to give the right result. And so, I like where it took us 4 hours to get to that one solution. If that makes a lot of people feel better, then I'm all for it, because we love all the folks that come and hang out with us and do all that, I tell you. And I love listening to these sound systems. I know the other folks, and yourself included, and even your son getting involved now, enjoy this. I hope, I don't know. I haven't seen him lately. Maybe he's not going to come anymore. Maybe, I'm not sure.
There haven't been any shows. He went to the one show over the finals that there has been since then. I mean, the only other show was in Georgia, and he judged there. So you saw him there.
Okay.
And then, and then.
I mean, we want to see him one day here really soon. Boy, that'd be something to have a young man in our, at our big event or whatever. And it's just, he don't know anybody except Dad.
Right.
I mean, he knows people, but it's like how
he's not going to care.
Where he's at to where most of our customers are, the maturity difference between the two.
Right.
Yeah, we don't know what's in his world, and he certainly doesn't know and shouldn't know what's in ours. So
unless he was watching the podcast, which he knows.
Well, whether he absorbs it all.
Dad, why are you such a jerk?
Well, he's probably saying that about the guy talking to you.
No, he said it about me, I'm sure. Anyway,
okay.
No, I think this is good. I think we start there as a checklist. I'm going to keep what I did is I'm leaving the basically the Q&A, at least the short Q&A ended up being shorter than I thought, but I'm going to leave that open until Friday, so we kind of have a time limit on this, and then I'll sort through that. I'll send you anything that maybe didn't get addressed or was maybe more specific or whatever, and then in a few weeks maybe we have some answers on the stuff that we did address tonight, and then we can maybe, instead of having just an open Q&A where the discussion, I mean, I think that's a lot of the problem tonight. It was just getting this started to where people are engaged. It's hard to engage people until we start doing it. It's one of those things where if you just say, hey, throw me all your issues, well, are they going to do something about it? Or are they not? And that's the biggest thing to close the loop on that integrity loop, is knowing that, hey, we brought this up. it got addressed. And again, it doesn't have to necessarily mean that things got changed to what somebody wanted, but that there was a compromise found and it was addressed, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if any of the people on the or listening or whatever tonight or whatnot, one of the things that I wanted to do, and I would just make sure that, Rob's already volunteered the location
Right.
for doing the training and everything, which is probably one of the most, the largest expense to this or whatever. And any retailer who obliges to do this, and some may say, can you do it on Sunday? And the only reason we're actually asking for Saturday is because we want to do a show on Sunday, like we've always done. But there may be instances where we go and do this and there's not really a show. So then it could
Right.
be done on Sunday.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But one of the things I wanted to do, and $75 is what Steve was asking for an entry to participate in this, or whatever. I would take care of the entries or whatever Steve felt like he needed for his reimbursement of funds for whatever people that came. But we were thinking if we could, maybe trying to hold it to about 18, just trying to get people through the cars or whatever. And so, there's some folks out there that, there's the Brian Gills and the Mike Myers and those Aaron Hardison, Aaron's judged with, I mean, he knows the format and he, I think, gets the gist of why he got a 7.5 versus an 8.5 or whatever, he may be frowning as to why he got the 7.5 instead of the 8.5, but he actually probably gets it. And
Right.
so no big deal. But there may be 18 people out there that are really interested in this and really don't understand enough that want to come. And I can't pay them to come, but I
Right.
can certainly offer the service at no charge if they want to do. And we are giving them some food while they're there. We're going to have them for a long time. It's going to be an exhausting day, much like this conversation we're having, probably to them. But
It's probably exhausting, more exhausting for the people watching than for us.
right, we're doing fine. That's what I'm talking about. For them having to listen to this, and go through all this. So, I just I believe in the system and the platform. If I could bring it to you for free and offer entertainment for free, or whatever. It was in one of Alan Jackson's songs or whatever. He feels like he's up there doing this for free, but it's worth it because you can tell they're enjoying the performance, and so if I could do that, I would. I don't know how to. There's too many people involved. I can't do that. I can't create it that way. But I think for what we offer folks and the cost of what it is to compete, it's you think about it or whatever. It's not crazy expensive, and it's pretty good fun and entertainment for something we love to do. But for this event or whatever, they want to come, just come. We got to sign up or whatever. Let Steve know, let you know. Somebody, we got to start somewhere. If they can just let us know they're going to come or whatever. There's good lodging there in Clarksville. There's pretty good food locations and easy to get to things. Reasonable cost of each side. And everything, but we're going to have you pretty early Saturday morning, and you're not going to get to leave if you can stay till pretty late Saturday. So it's probably going to be a couple meals and some breaks and some stuff. We don't want to exhaust you too much, but we're going to put a lot of information in your head in that one day. A little more aggressive than we had in the past on some stuff as far as trying to get an organized amount of information into you. So if they're up for that gruelingness and think they can do it, we'd love to have them. I know a couple people who want to come already, and I don't know if they've signed up or whatever, and it may have something to do with the $75. I don't know. The $75 is different in everybody's world. So if that makes a difference, we certainly want to do that. We're going to feed you in some manner, some way. It may not be phenomenal food, but you won't go hungry. And drinks, all kinds of drinks and beverages will certainly be there for everybody to have. And it's a nice environment, comfortable. There'll be if you need a break from us and need a moment or whatever, he's got a really nice big showroom out there where it's some semi-comfy chairs. You can go out there and rest for a moment, and all that. So yeah, we look forward to it, and keeping things moving in the right direction,
Absolutely.
helping it grow. And I think tonight was phenomenal with all that, especially with what we just figured out with the score sheet and a good idea there, whatever, and hope to come up with some other things and
Sure.
solutions and things for folks.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, I appreciate your time. I
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
you pushing through and dealing with again, this is all just part of the process. As sometimes tough conversations happen, but nothing personal. It's just
Oh, no, no, no.
working through the end. We'll get through it.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, we'll stay in touch, and I'll follow up with again everybody who asked questions and make sure that we get around to addressing that, and we'll reconvene in a few weeks, hopefully a little bit more efficiently, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good, sir.
All right, thanks, y'all. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you.